Hello, one and all, and welcome back to another wonderful stream of our Vampire Night Special. As you all know, and we've been hyping it very much, we are very happy to welcome our wonderful guest star. So he will be joining us in our most dramatically appropriate moments to borrow a little coining here and there. As always, we're going to take time for everyone. Go ahead and introduce yourselves to our wonderful audience, for all the new and old.
Well, I can't say I don't enjoy a little bit of first choice, but my name is Bradley Huey, and as always, I am playing your resourceful Tremere. Let's make some magic happen.
Hello, everyone. For the first time in the flesh, I play Acer. That's all you need to know. I'm the resident Thin Blood.
Hello, everybody. I am currently going to be guest starring in this particular episode. My name's MacabreDerek. You can end up finding me here on Twitch, and tomorrow where I end up doing a VTM workshop. And I am the resident Ventrumala, not only there, but now here, as I take on the guise of Sebastian Myers of Clan Ventru, sired, of course, by Amanda Pierre Lacroix.
All right, you had to make me follow up after that. Hi, everybody. I'm Morgan Colville, and I play Crescent. And tonight is going to be a night to remember. I will definitely say that.
And as always, I am your benevolent but always listening storyteller. My name is Peter Needham. Let's tell one interesting vampire story. As a small recount, the beast is ever present when you walk in the night. As one that is undead, you find that it can come out in the most useful of times, but also can come out in the worst of times, causing one to make very rapid and decisive decisions, all while covered in the red haze of the blood. Crescent. Your memories as you cower in the darkened sanctuary of a dilapidated warehouse. The red haze barely starting to ebb. Flashes of what has just happened shine behind your mind's eye. You jumped off the Seattle overpass, landing in the middle of a dark and wet alleyway. Then all goes dark around you, but you can see two people in front of you fall to their knees, suddenly gasping for air. You strike. Your fangs sink into flesh. Blood floods your mouth. And you drink, uncaring, unknowing whoever this poor soul is, but you continue until they are a lifeless husk. The first time, as the fear, this sharp fear in the blood fills your body, granting you life and strength. The red haze doesn't end. The anger doesn't end. Only exasperated further by the woman at your feet, screaming and crying and choking in panic as the oblivion slowly pulls all the breathable air out of her lungs. You tear into her too, but not to feed. Tear her apart with your bare hands. Sharpened fingers tear into soft flesh. Blood coats your fingernails, splattering over your dress as she just screams muffledly into the void that you created. An eternity could pass in a few seconds and you'd never know. The memories flash further as you're on your feet. Two mangled bodies behind you. As you walk out of the alleyway, your shroud bleeding through a life of its own. Where more victims walk into its radius. There's too many people. There's too many eyes. And you're still furious. And you leap for them, one after another. Fangs sharp, claws out. Discipline here or there for just an extra little bit of a punch. You don't know who they are, but their faces flash before you constantly, one after another, in rapid succession, almost giving you a headache from the blinding, searing intensity of it all. Before you have time to even realize what has happened, as the haze begins to finally ebb, and you feel yourself shaking from the raw power of it all, you look around in the shroud and find 7, 8, 9 bodies. The shroud begins to fade as you look back to your surroundings once again, shaking and terrifying. Somehow you have managed to flee the streets unseen. The only witness is long dead. You're covered in blood. The stench overpowering, enough to send anyone starving into a frenzy itself. And you can feel fresh tears fall down the side of your face. As you sit here alone in the dark, the memory is just not leaving you. Replaying over and over in your mind like a sick, twisted recording that you can't stop. How do you feel?
Hello. I feel like I failed.
You're Sombre, you're better than this. You should have been better. But again, your emotions took over. Again, you could not stop the rage, the anger that is always there, something that you always feel just beneath the surface, screaming into the void, like a child waking up from a night terror, sending you back to that dark, dark day before your embrace, alone in that hotel room, high on numerous substances and racked with anger and pain. You want it to stop. You beg it to stop. It hurts too much. And then like a switch, it does. As you open your violet eyes that slowly fade to red, you feel a smile break your face. The noise is gone. The memories, the flashbacks, they stop. As mechanically speaking, you have rolled Crescent's humanity off stream. And she has failed. Crescent, you now sit at humanity 4. But the long nights never stop. Grayson watches over Danica as she sleeps, who in turn watches over him, providing him a safe place. Acer, I believe you bed down in your lab, correct?
Correct, yes.
The invitation in your pocket. It's the last thing you feel as you wait for everyone to return and no one comes. You know where Grayson is. You know where Crescent is. You can only imagine the horror that might be inflicted after your last interaction with her. As the sun begins to rise and you will yourself to allow you to sleep, what are your thoughts being alone in the lab?
Right now, he's feeling very worried and more vulnerable than he ever has been. It's not something he's used to, and very much unsettling to him.
One would say being a daywalker would be such a blessing to any kindred. But I find that's a double-edged sword, as you have the choice of when to sleep. And with that choice comes unease and stress, and you find yourself doing a very human thing you haven't done in a long time. You toss and you turn. The stress and the unease of finally being alone for the first time, it gets to you. All with this new looming situation above your head. And finally, death does take you as you slip into torpor for your rest. With that dawn, Seattle goes about its day, unaware of the dark that lives just beneath the surface. The massacre, found as gang violence, just another thing to add to the unsafe times in this city. At this point, people are starting to tune it out. A terrorist act in Seattle Square. Missing girls found on Alki Beach. People go missing, day to day. And now a mass massacre on some darkened corner in the middle of the night with no public evidence to point to. People are starting to live with the fear, looking over their shoulders, making sure to walk with friends, going to and from events, keeping their eyes wary as they ride the bus to their day jobs. But despite the fear, life continues. And the dark always comes back. And as the moon begins to arrive in this late winter evening, the dark in superiority for this year, I want everyone to go ahead and give me their rounds checks.
Alrighty. Success on my end.
Okay.
Success.
Good.
Success.
Yeah.
Okay. And Bradley said success as well.
Successful.
All right. Crescent. Despite you being blood drunk, you wake to an annoyance to your surroundings as you're disappointed. That thin, weak blood just didn't do the trick long enough. You find yourself annoyed and wishing that the hunger would have stayed away just a little bit longer. Alas, you return back to one hunger, despite the bloodshed. Acer, as you awaken though, what is the first thing you do? As you obviously would always be the first to rise.
First thing is obviously morning routine, getting myself ready, seeing how many blood bags I have left, if any.
None. You have not taken the time to maintain your stock. And as you investigate, and the empty fridge kind of reminds you of your starting to nag hunger. Your arm is still sore. You still have aggravated damage. Do you wish to try and heal some of that?
Not yet. I need to go hunting first.
So what would you like to do in this moment? If anything in particular.
Let's see. First things first, I want to see if Medical came back. I'm pretty sure she didn't, but on the off chance that she did, I'm going to go check that out, and then I'll probably go hunting after that.
Okay. Are you going to try to look for her, or are you just reviewing your media feeds?
No media feeds. I'm just going to go to the doctor's office and see if she's there.
When you get to the doctor's office, the lights are on. And when you walk inside, she's not there.
Are there signs that she's been in here?
This hospital is still a mess. Water still litter the floor here and there, most of it long dried, but sheets are curled. Privacy curtains are slightly warped and discolored from the slaughter. You can even see a bit of blood spray from where you attacked Medico before, still dark and brown and decayed on the curtain itself. Books are toppled. A cabinet leans awkwardly to one side against the wall, with various vials of contents scattered and shattered along the ground. This place is still in recovery. She's not here.
Okay, with that, I'm just going to gear up with my knife, because that's all I have, and I'm going to go hunt. I got to get rid of some of this hunger.
So for this, are you looking for anyone specific, or are you just trying to take anyone?
Anyone that seems to be by themselves. I'm not going to go for anyone like... There's some things that I got to take care of, and I can't waste time trying to track down someone specifically. So I'll just try and find someone who's alone.
Okay. Much easier to find. For this, I'll say, go ahead and give me a wits and awareness, and I'll give you a bonus 2 die as you are hunting within your own territory. And you're starting to know your background pretty well. Oh, I'm sorry. What's an investigation? I'm sorry.
Investigation is still 3. I forgot because I'm good at investigating. 2 successes.
2 successes. It takes you a little bit. Luckily, you tend to wake up a bit earlier as the dawn just barely kind of crests down the horizon. You wait your time, kind of blending into the crowd a little bit. The dock's still fairly active around this area, not too far away from the shipping yards. Some people are getting off shift, others are arriving, and so it's a little busy for a bit. So you wait, keep an eye out. After maybe about an hour. The light snowfall still continuing from the previous night. You pull your coat up to kind of blend in with the cold. You see a young man that kind of blends up through the crowd. Heavy sweats, heavy workout gear with a nice fluffy jacket and a hood up and a beanie. As he appears to be just jogging by, not too far away, running down the edge side of the docks. He seems to be by himself, seems to be one of Seattle's many other joggers, perhaps a braver one, not caring about the local news.
I'm going to kind of walk towards him, but away from him. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as I get on the path that he's running on, just start walking very calmly in his direction. Mm-hmm. When he about passes me, I'm going to try and knock him out. I'm just going to take my knife and just kind of slam it in the back of his head, see if I can knock him out before the whole feeding thing.
I see. Okay. First things first, as you make your way, kind of cutting him off, knowing your territory, you see him coming and kind of lean against the postal light, check your phone, do a pure distraction, then kind of start walking towards him. You feel that jitter of the hunt going to take through you, a combination of fear and revulsion, as it's your least favorite part. Go ahead and give me a composure plus, we'll say streetwise, to kind of allow yourself to look like not threatening and see how well you blend in. Just a passerby.
Streetwise 0. Yes, it's just 3. 1 success.
1 success. This individual seems pretty preoccupied. As you get closer, you can see earbuds staying at the side of his ears, a sweatband just kind of poking underneath the front of his beanie, as he seems to kind of be doing mock boxing tactics, just trying to keep himself warm as he's running. His head kind of dips down just in the right time as you come by, and you can feel the handle of your butterfly knife in your hand. He has not really seen you as a threat. Go ahead and give me a dexterity plus melee.
All right. 1, 2. No. I cannot reroll those. So, God damn, starting off great. Love it. Messy crit for 6.
6 successes.
Yeah, I broke that guy's skull in half.
With a butterfly knife? Really cute.
Well, it's just the butt of the knife.
Messy crit, though. And 6 successes. Yep. That's a pretty hard hit for a mortal. Even a fit one. It's the side of the head.
Unfortunately.
You shock yourself how well you're getting at this. You see your target. You have a plan. Your mind is clear. You have to feed. You have a nice, clear image of strike him on the side of the head. He'll go down. I'll pull him off the side. Feed on him. He'll wake up feeling a little lightheaded, like he maybe stumbled off the side of the dock, and I'll be good. And execute. As soon as he comes to the frame, crack! You, holding the butt of your butterfly knife, the hardened plastic and metal handle, slam in, and you instantly feel wetness on the side of your hand. You look down in horror as the blade, the back end metal end of the butterfly knife has jammed straight through the ear canal, the softest part of the side of the skull, and the man wordlessly just collapses to the ground, his head slamming against the concrete viscerally hard as you can hear the sound of bone hitting cement. Hey, does it move?
Shit. I'm gonna instantly go down and check his pulse, see if he's okay.
As you check his pulse, his heart still faintly beats, but what terrifies you is right beneath the vein. You can feel something that shouldn't be there. You can feel hard bone. Just as his heart finally gives out.
Fuck.
Acer, you're going to get a stain for that.
Yep, thanks.
Just one, huh? You're lucky.
Yeah.
As he whips out the blade of the dagger, and he just says in his mind, I blame you for this. And then just does 2 puncture holes, and then just starts drinking.
As you lean down and feed, you drink deep. This man is already dead. You can drink as much as you want. Do you get rid of all your hunger?
Might as well. I already killed him like a dumbass.
You drink until you're full, and as you do, that cage inside, that beast. That's what I'm talking about. Clean. Like a predator on the hunt. Doesn't matter how big you are. All that matters is one perfect strike, and I am proud of you. Go on. Drink. Feed us both. We
once Acer's full, he's going to stop, pull his mouth away, put his mask back up, and just think in his head, wasn't supposed to be like this. And he's going to search for a wallet.
It's not too hard. You're able to roll him over and pat down very quickly, but I will warn you, Acer, you are on the side of a pretty busy area. Clearly there's no one standing nearby, but how long before someone comes around?
Okay, so he's going to search for the wallet quicker.
You roll him over very quickly and check back pockets, and to your surprise, there is indeed a wallet. No roll necessary. But as soon as you find it, you pull it out. You can already start to hear people not too far away. Could be night goers, could be people walking to work, could be people just hanging out on the night of the town. While you stand over a broken corpse, a mugging gone wrong, at best.
He's not even going to wait any longer. He's going to get up, wallet in hand, take the ID out, throw the rest over his shoulder, and just walk off into the alleyway.
You're just going to let the body stay out in the open?
I don't have enough time to hide it.
Go ahead and give me a dexterity plus stealth roll. As finally, even with your revulsion against your beast, it finally goes quiet for now. Slumbering and bloated off a fresh kill.
One success.
One success. Luck is on your side today, sir. Because as you just, in almost a panic, you grab the ID and toss them over your back. The various cards and small bits of cash and whatever loose paperwork in the what's up flutter open to the cold, landing amongst the snow that begins to fall around, just as a small bit of blood begins to pool around the body, around the neck and head, leftovers. As you quickly just pull yourself away, stumbling and tripping backwards almost in a panic into the darkened alley nearby, and as you slowly begin to scuttle your way, just keeping your eyes on the scene, A crowd has already begun to form. People eyes look down on the body. You hear a woman scream. You hear a man shout, "Call 911!" as he rushes to the body and begins very carefully start to remember, think better, and look to try and see if you can figure out if this man is still alive or what has happened. News begin to start gathering around, people muttering, people pulling out phones, other people taking pictures. It's a very mixed display of various degrees of humanity. But then you slink away, somehow unnoticed.
And with that, he's just gonna find a nice little spot where there's no one around and once again take out that letter and look through all the pictures.
It's the same as before. Ava, your sister, younger brother, your mother and father, their addresses, Medico, Danica, Rudy, all the people that your group love and hold dear as precious, all vulnerable, their addresses on the back of each photograph, written in very elegant handwriting. And then there's that invitation, a small, subtle placard, a very nice printing stock that invites you to an address you've never been to.
Does it say specifically just me? That I have to come alone, or how does that work out?
The specifics of the message read, "I welcome you all to my abode. I'm sure you all appreciate the situation you find yourselves in." With the address, signed S. It gives a gesture that somebody out there knows who you all are and is very interested in procuring a meeting.
Damn it. He puts the letter back in his coat, takes out his phone, and dials Grayson.
And with that, it's a good opportunity as you slowly make your way back to the Haven, the phone up to your ear. You go over to Grayson now. You find yourself awakened, but not where you normally had rested. You swear that you began to slip into the oblivion on Danica's couch. But as you wake, you're in her room, lying upon a clean bed with a blanket so lovingly put on top of you. You don't need it, but it's a gesture nonetheless. You see on the room itself is in a immaculate state. Clothes have been put away. The bed smells clean, freshly laundered. And Danica is nowhere to be seen. Before you have time to really question where she could be, you see a very large TV on the nightstand at the end of the bed. It's on. It's on the news. And Danica is on it. The volume is muted, though, if you want to turn it up.
I'm going to find the remote as quickly as possible and unmute it.
You unmute the television as Danica is being berated with flash photography as she stands at the front of the treatment center. She is dressed up to the gills in her best Sunday wear, her hair pulled back. Danica was always a youthful presence, but after your gift last night, the blonde in her hair shines a vibrant high school girl's grade, her skin flawless. The slight bit of stress lines across her forehead and a little bit of the crow's feet from the late nights melted away as the clock has turned back. Even her smile has a new whiteness to it that almost shines. But the smile is heartfelt and the eyes are sad. Where she addresses the public, "I'm sure there was many questions, honestly, about what has happened here. I have, with a heavy heart, confirmed and seen it myself that the tragic event that has happened in Seattle Square has also claimed one of the most important members of our community. Mr. Holland devoted his life to helping people, despite the odds, despite the naysayers and those that wish to turn him down, and despite all the rumors that circulated about him, he died doing what's right, trying to help people, even in the end. I had been informed that it was part of his last will that something should happen to him, that the facility passed on to me. Formerly, I was the head nurse here, but now I'll be taking this role more seriously, and I'll be stepping as the head of directors for this facility. She pauses for a moment as people shout, trying to get her attention for questions, photos snapping, multiple angles switching between her as she cries. As you can see, just not a sob, but a small tear fall the side of her face as her shoulders shudder and she leans back, resolved but stoic, as she doesn't even bother to wipe a tear on the side of her face. Mr. Holland was a good friend, a mentor, and someone I cared about very deeply. And to see him gone in my absence, I'm at a loss for words. All I think that I can say is I hope and pray to God that I'll do my best and somehow manage to fill the very large shoes he left behind. As you see, she picks up a picture frame off the impromptu podium that had been given to her. The camera pans as she walks across the central lobby toward the wall of memorial to the other patients who their journey never reached a happy conclusion. She hangs this picture on the wall. It is a beautiful frame, dark wood and gold inlay, bigger than the others, with your face in one of your best suits, smiling very charmingly at the camera. You remember this is one of your very first press photos that hit the newspaper about your facility. Just the day after you and Acer had rebuilt everything. And she hangs your picture at the top of the memorial. At this point, it begins to blur out as Danica answers questions, answering big situations. One of the most prominent things that come up is, what happened? Danica, what happened with the massive internal riot that happened? Like, there were so many people that were injured, and the numbers are still coming out. Do you have any comments on that? She quickly hushes the crowd. I have been informed on what has happened, and I have spoken to the police. Upon investigation, it appears there was a severe gas leak under our main when the building was established that we were unaware of. The gas had been leaking very slowly over a large period of time. As we all know, things like that can cause severe situations like hallucinations and psychosis. Our patients are already vulnerable. It was just a random act that, at best, was unfortunate. It's just a more unfortunate coincidence that all these things happen to coincide on Mr. Holland's death as well. So, to the families that have suffered, we deeply apologize. And we'll do everything in our power to make reparations, make sure that your loved ones are taken care of respectfully. And anything we can do to help, we will be in touch. To the rest of us, the ones that are still here, that still hold Mr. Holland's mission statement at heart, we will do everything in our power to continue providing the kind of resurrection, so to speak, that we have been offering, allowing people a second chance. All we ask is for your understanding and respect in these trying times. But no more questions, thank you. And with that, she turns very sharply and begins walking inside, closing the door on the press.
Resurrection, Danica, your choice of words. Hope you didn't get that from me. As I see that, I just feel a sense of pride. A little bit of it is almost like seeing a good friend meet an accomplishment they've been long since overdue for. There's also a very stranger sense of accomplishment as I have much hopes for my newest experiment.
And as these thoughts roll through you and you can feel a smile stretch across your face, your phone goes off. Still on Danica's charger. Seems she took very good care of you in your vulnerable state.
Too kind of her. As I go over to my phone, unplug it, and answer the phone.
It is Acer.
Of course it is. Acer?
All right, first off, we got to get you a new number. If you accidentally pick up and you're not supposed to, everyone's going to know you're alive. Secondly, we have a problem. Big problem.
When do we ever not have a problem?
More recently, I'd say about when we didn't have this big of a facility.
Fair enough. I'll be over there soon.
Please. This goes beyond even hurricane. Just hurry up.
Fair enough. Any words on anybody else? What about Crescent? Any word from her?
Haven't seen her since last night, though that's partly my fault. Gonna have to talk about that soon, too.
We will. We will be speaking very soon. All right. Seems Danica has got us a little bit of handling somewhat of the situation. I'll be there regardless. Go ahead and turn off my phone. As I hang up the phone and I turn it off, put it into my pocket, and I'm going to start getting dressed.
Is there anything specific that you would like to do? Or are you just going straight to the facility?
I don't want to waste too much time, but it's more for the sense that if I'm going to make my way to the facility, I like to have the same type of coverings that I had previous night and make it so that I am seen very rarely as I make my way back to the center.
Your clothes, despite the ones you were wearing underneath your jacket and such, are actually freshly cleaned. The jacket smells like it's just been washed. The beanie and mask also soft, as it just come out of the laundry itself. Not too hard to find. Fold it on the bed right next to you. I'll say, for the sake of brevity, you don your apparel, notice the cleanliness, appreciate, and make your way back to the facility on foot and on bus with haste.
Yes.
Acer, where does Grayson find you?
At this point, Acer's in the garage, kind of waiting for Crescent to come in, because that would be the most likely place she would barge into.
Grayson, you managed to make your way to the back way of the facility, and it is still a buzz of activity. Not as much press as there was before, based on the live broadcasts of the news conference, but there's still a few people kind of looking in through windows here and there, paparazzi trying to sneak pictures as best they can, though they're all looking way towards the front. You're easily able to kind of circumvent them, slipping in through one of the hidden passageways in the back entrance. It takes you a hot minute, kind of searching around through the secret nooks and crannies until you do see Acer standing alone in the garage. The first thing that hits you, realizing maybe the severity of the issues, is he's standing next to the company van and it's missing a passenger door.
Hey, sir, it's good to see.
I can explain.
Do I want? You know what? I do. Just say it. Why is the company van missing the door?
Remember when I said Crescent was missing?
Yes.
Well, in my absolute infinite wisdom, I decided the truth was better than hiding, and I told her that I attacked Medico. Obviously not of my own free will. She did not take that well. So in order not to kill me, she jumped out the van, door and all.
Okay, so a small recap. During last night's events, you had a lapse in control. Is that correct?
Precisely, yes.
And you attacked Medico.
Unfortunately.
And she is still alive.
Yes, very much so, because she lit me on fire.
Wonderful. I'm not going to say you deserved it, but obviously I think you know the answer to it. However, at least she is alive. Okay. And then the pressing issue begins, how do we find Crescent?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know, and haven't exactly gotten to the point of tracking someone who cannot be tracked.
Almost as if fate had a very strange sense of humor. The garage door begins to open. As the street lights slowly flood in the front of the garage, Grayson, you instinctively kind of pull yourself away into the shadows, trying your best to stay hidden. As you both see, silhouetted in stark night light, artificial behind her, a very feminine silhouette. The light does flicker for a moment. As Crescent, go ahead and walk inside. The garage door slowly closing behind you.
So,
as both of you see her, she is still in her evening gown from the previous night, but it is now a darkened, strange, encrusted look. Uh-oh, you lost the camera.
Oh. Sorry. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, the venture has swapped.
Wait,
It's
what is
still
this?
stubbornness. It's just...
Is that the shadow or is that the shadow? I'm so confused.
I'm Shadow now.
Did I fix it? Nope, still swapped. I apologize. Give me one moment.
Sweet, we're playing musical character sheets.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Have you ever wanted to play a La Sombra?
I did actually want to play La Sombra, but it makes it very hard
Get out of my square.
Okay.
Technically, Derek was in your square, and I don't think you could argue him to get out unless he wants to.
No, I cannot.
Shadow's just there like, I own this square.
It's like, we will see. It's for rent.
There we are.
Anyway,
Sorry.
you both see Crescent walking into the garage. Her dress would be gorgeous if it wasn't for the filthy, ragged tears, the stained blood that coats not only the dress, but the complete front side of her face, long, dried, and crusted. As Crescent, how do you carry yourself as you walk into this garage seeing your boys?
Not a care in the world. Just gonna walk up to Acer, just like hand coated in blood, but not even caring. Just tap him on the cheek and be like, "I forgive you." Things happen, and then I'm just gonna walk past him.
She begins walking straight towards the front door into the center, looking as she does as the semi-congealed, encrusted blood sticks to the side of your face.
She just...
Looking like a midnight showing of Stephen King's Carrie, yes.
And she also forgave me. Something's wrong.
And Crescent, as Grace is going to begin to follow her inside.
And Acer will follow directly behind Grayson.
Grayson will assume that you do not want to be... You would like to have a good personal space between...
Oh god, yeah, I get a running start.
Yes.
So one thing I have to ask, as the facility is very busy right now, considered all the chaos, and Danica seems to have made it pretty obvious she's getting down to work to getting things under damage control. Crescent and Grayson, are you guys just walking into the middle of the facility?
No.
Oh God, no. I've made a point of using the underground passages. Even though I don't care, I still care about preserving the masquerade. So
sure.
I was more going after her to be like, okay, maybe we go into the side passages and not look like we are tracking in.
All right, I'm not stupid. I wasn't going to use that, but
I
okay.
did not say that you were.
Grayson does kind of catch you off, but Crescent, you, in the middle of exchange, just kind of flick off his hand as you already move to the side. The three of you kind of navigate into the hidden passageways, and you guys want to go to your private office or the lab?
I would say I would like the lab. I'm sure you have an overhead shower to rinse.
Oh yeah, I specifically put that in there because,
Excellent.
force of habit.
To the lab.
Within a few moments, Crescent, you walk your way into the lab. Your boys following not too far behind you. It is empty. And as your normal paranoia sets in, Acer, you flick a small switch on the nearby counters. A small light electronic lock on your door goes red, and you hear a heavy mechanical latch as your room is private.
Okay, well, Showers are over there, and he kind of flinches a little bit when, like, pointing.
I'll immediately start taking off the dress, and I'm going straight to the showers.
Without any semblance of shame, Crescent fully disrobes, the fabric hitting the floor in a crusted heap as she just walks into the very large, exposed, open shower, pulling down the large handle, letting the warm water just drench over her.
As I turn Acer away, as I stand next to him, okay. In the meantime, would you please explain to me what seems to be the new problem?
Oh, right, the new problem.
Yes.
We are invited to meet S.
Excellent. Who's S?
Yeah, not excellent. And he pulls out the envelope and just kind of like puts it in your hand. S is someone who's been following us more so than Hurricane. Yeah, you see those pictures?
As Grayson opens up the envelope again and takes out the contents and begins to cycle through them.
Cressa does. Do you glance as they are talking?
I'll probably eavesdrop, for sure.
As you kind of glance over as Grayson pulls out one of the photos, and you can see plastered right on it, your brother, Thomas. Well, it appears maybe he's at college on one of the photos.
All right. Without the blood being completely off, I'm just going to start putting my clothes back on and jacket and everything. I'm going to be like, mind explaining that?
Yeah, I wish I could. Somehow everyone's been able to get a hold of me ever since I left my underground bunker.
You don't think this person would have found you if you had stayed there?
Look, I don't know. All I know is clearly this person didn't have a problem with us until just now. So we've been creating some sort of wave. I mean,
oh, great. Another problem. Great.
If they were going to do something, they would have done it by now.
So who do I need to kill? Just point me in a direction and I will point my gun in that direction.
I'd rather not, considering he has pictures of my family, which I'm pretty sure not even Hurricane has. So I don't know what kind of connections this guy has.
Again, I reiterate, where am I pointing my gun?
I will say, as I keep folding through, do I get to the part where it says the location to meet?
There is an address beautifully written at the bottom of the invitation.
By the way, you know there's some shampoo in there you could have...
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
In fact, Grayson, go ahead and make for this, go ahead and make an intelligence plus streetwise. To see if you're familiar with this area at all.
Fair enough. I will do so.
So you're not going to, like, kill me or anything?
I find it's best.
Why would I kill you?
Never mind. I tried.
Do you see what I mean? This is weird, right?
You
no, we all lose control. I don't see the problem here.
I have 3 successes.
You don't know the address exactly, as you've never really been to this area before. However, you recognize the zip code. It's in Northgate, in one of the most highest, most wealthiest areas of Seattle, usually reserved for those that come into the city with money, not those that have made it within the city. It gives you a very strong sense that whoever just gave this to you, judging based on the very high quality blackmail that's been given to you, as well as the state of even just the invitation, there's a certain finesse to it. You're dealing with someone possibly very high caliber here.
Well, the good news is that this is more than likely not Duncan, which it could, I would say, give us an equal chance of it being somebody on our side.
If I've learned anything since meeting you guys, no one is on our side.
Yeah, a threatening note with a bunch of our loved ones and a letter, I don't think that equates to, friend.
And here I was thinking that I couldn't teach you two anything about Vampire Society. I'm almost a little bit proud.
All right, I knew way more about Vampire Society than you before we met.
Well, you knew how to tie a tie then. As I put the pictures away back in the envelope, I hand it to Acer, but I keep out the address card and I begin to put it into my pocket.
All right, you forget who tied your ties a decade ago.
Okay, so where are we headed?
go join the party.
Oh, good. I wore my good dress.
As it lay on the floor in tattered heaps.
It'll be fun. I'll clean out the blood. It'll be good.
I think you need a general change of wardrobe, actually.
Right.
I'm not getting rid of my jacket.
I'm not saying get rid of your jacket. I'm saying get rid of the bloody canoness dress, if you wouldn't mind.
He said it on me.
I'm not. Don't make me say the P word.
What?
Please. I am smiling, but it's definitely one of those just do it, half smiles.
All right. If you stop with whatever that is, I will, yeah.
Almost a wipe of a windshield. It disappears.
Right. While you do that, I'm tired of being left unarmed. I'm gonna go take some blood and make some pills. I'll be right back.
Well, don't take too long. I don't want to keep whoever this is waiting.
He's been tracking us since this place was erected. Pretty sure he can wait a little longer.
I'm going to go up to my office in the meantime as well. It sounds like we are all taking a small moment to change our attire.
I'll say for the next hour or so, you guys do take time to prepare. For Acer, if you are looking for any leftover blood without having to fish fresh donors from this chaos, is that what you're intending?
That is my original intention, yes. I don't think... actually, having everyone go through a routine check probably wouldn't be that out of the ordinary right now.
Well, one thing I will definitely say that might be a bit tricky at this time, as currently the only medical professional on the staff is currently handling everything.
Fair. I'll go see what I can find that isn't completely oxidized yet.
That's what I thought. As you kind of make your way back towards the medical center and you get into the storage area, you're able to see that it is also a ramshackle at best. The chaos seeming to reach every corner of this facility, so kind of sorting through this mess, go ahead and give me a Whisper's investigation.
You got it. 3 successes.
3 successes. That is more than enough. Searching through the ruggage, it's a lot of broken beakers, a lot of popped saline bags. You even do see a little bit of congealed blood that had been slammed and broken out of the nearby freezer. But sorting through the mess and the disheveled bit of debris that's actually impacted inside the freezer, you manage to kind of throw some of the labeling off to the side. You're just surprised. You find 2 black bags still in good shape. No punctures, and they're still cold.
Oh, good. I'm just going to open them up just a little bit, give it a little taste, and activate, what was that skill called? Taste for blood. See what kind of resonance it has.
No, it's very difficult. Bagged blood tends to lose a lot of its categories, a lot of its qualities when it's processed. However, that would be more of a problem for a less crafty alchemist like yourself. The previous feed still kind of running through your system, that sanguineous, energized feel that has given you so much vitality at this moment. Tasting past some of the blatant chemicals and some of the processings, you get a very slight hint, almost non-existent, of that same sanguineous flavor.
I think that was either haze or far reach that needed sanguine.
Hey, you guys ready to go?
As Acer, you hear on the lounge door as Crescent steps in.
Oh, hey, what's up?
We going?
Almost. Unlike you, I cannot fight unless I do this.
All right, well, I suggest hurrying it up. Night, burning.
What's 30 minutes? We'll be fine.
Okay, yeah.
Just go ahead and relax. You can sit over there. I'm sure Grayson will be here momentarily.
I'm going to sit down and just stare at him the whole time.
Not even going to pay attention to her. He feels her staring at him. But nope, he's just trying to work. And I will make Far Reach with one of them.
Far Reach with one?
And is the other one?
Mm-hmm.
Is the other one the same thing?
Using the same ability. This one's a bit more chloric. It has that more of a grittier feel. It's very faint as well.
I think Haze is... I know Envelop and Haze are the same thing, but Envelop doesn't work without Haze, so I will make Haze.
All right. Let's see here. I believe that is going to be an intelligence plus your blood sorcery roll. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, give me your first roll.
So intelligence is 4, blood sorcery is 2 at this point. Oh, holy, Far Reach is good. Crit for 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 successes.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Far Reach is going to be freaking powerful.
As you break out the centrifuge and pull out the small tablet, the blood is a vibrant color. As it gets processed, it almost seems to dull in its luminosity. Its hue kind of mutes out. But as you add your extra variant different type of chemicals and processes, this very recipe started to become almost habitual. Like putting in a hot pocket in the oven. It's almost too simplistic now. As you kind of spin it off, really thinking about it, doing your best to keep your eyes off the daggers that are slowly boring a hole into the back of your head no matter where you go. You stop it and pull the pill out, and it's bright red, as if it's just been tapped from the vein. And the pill itself almost seems to be strained to contain the quantity of the substance inside. This is a very exceptional recipe.
All right, that one's going straight into the little secret pocket. And then for Haze, that one's 4 success.
4 successes. However, despite your excitement, this one comes out a little less lustrous, slightly discolored thanks to the ingredients you use, but you give the pill a tap and a shake, and it's sturdy. The concoction mixed as intended. It'll work. Normal success.
Fantastic. I will also put that in the little secret compartment in my jacket.
And then, as you're dealing with that, just for brevity, Grayson, how are you preparing for this evening?
I would like to at least put on a nicer pair of pants and definitely have my one surviving glove. Oh, and to make sure that I have my special boots as well.
Armed with your subtle prowess and a nice pair of dress pants to accentuate your typical black button-up and red blazer, do you take a pair of glasses with you?
Absolutely.
Finding your nicest pair?
Yes, I am. This one it's going to be black, but there's going to be distinct red, almost wavy lines that go along the ridges.
Shine to a perfect perfection, and the frames glistening, you slip them on. Is there anything else you wish to prepare yourself with?
I would still like to carry a mask with me, but it will be more of the neck ones that I can bring up.
Fair enough.
Like those scarves that have those like inner masks.
Correct.
Are dope, all of those.
Easy enough. Blends in perfectly fine with today's current status.
And a hat.
And a hat.
Of course.
And Crescent, you're able to find a change of clothes fairly easily. Small problem. Eleanor still has your guns and your knives.
I assume I probably have some sort of dagger or something in my room. While they're doing this, I'm just going to go up, grab it, and then come back.
One small stiletto boot knife. One of your old originals. Something you haven't dusted off in a long time since you got your new toys. But it'll have to do. So, as you all begin to one after another reconvene in the lab, just as Acer has pulled out the last of his concoctions and alchemy, what do y'all want to do?
All right, so everyone ready?
I'm ready.
We going in the van or something else?
Probably not a good idea to go in the van because it's missing a door, and getting pulled over by cops isn't exactly a good thing right now. Do we have a clean car we can go in? The less attention, the better.
Storyteller, may I ask one question?
Yes.
Would it be possible to say that there is at least not a van, but maybe a very cheap car for maybe a taxiing?
I'll say, let's go ahead and make a preparedness roll for this, but we'll have Acer roll for it, as he's the one that has tended to fund this facility. So for this, I'll go ahead and say, go ahead and give me just a straight wits roll, but go ahead and add your current resource level.
Okay.
You have the ability. Let's just see if you remember to get more than one car.
In your resources.
My resources are like maxed, I believe.
5.
Yeah, 5. Wow. 4.
4 successes.
That was a lot lower for the amount of dice. Dang.
But more than enough, because the margin was 3. Looking around, despite your van and your truck having to suffer many sustained injuries, Crescent's bike still missing, obviously, not yet to be picked up from its lonely parking spot, you do have another, more of a freighting van for cargo and supplies from your own personal buyers of medical supplies that you guys sponsor with. And you also do see a very smaller, more like ferrying car used to pick up those that arrive at the airport or from long distance requirements for facilities, similar to like Turnabout Ranch or Dr. Phil. After all, you did make a few guest appearances.
Oh, right. I forgot there was a few. I didn't tell them to. They're very kind.
Wait, we can always take that one.
I believe that's the smartest thing.
All right.
I'll get the keys.
Yeah, you drive.
As I go over and check the key fob to see if I can find the keys for them.
I go ahead and just put the address into Google on my phone.
As a matter of fact, Crescent, would you do me a small favor? Would you be willing to drive, as I still need to make myself at least a little bit scarce? It's not your bike. I'm feeling slightly more confident. Slightly.
I'll try.
You do know how a vehicle with 4 wheels works, right?
I mean, it can't be that much different than the 2-wheel.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
I would say this one's even easier because it's automatic. It's not a...
Yeah, great, you know?
No shifting needed.
As long as it's not electronic, I'm good.
No.
Acer kind of grabs the keys, goes over to the car, and starts it, and then gets in the passenger side. There, top part's done.
So, you all make headway.
Yes.
All right. Gathering everyone's gear up, you all pile into the more compact vehicle. It's very comfortable. The entire lining is a nice fabric faux leather almost, but it has a nice breathable suturing, double stitch. The interior is very well cleaned. Crescent you pull out. To anyone else, it's a very satisfying brand new vehicle, but it's boring to you. It's not loud. You can't feel the vibration of the engine in this padded, rolling metal box. Even the front display kind of flickers a little bit every now and then, just at the natural vicinity to your bane. But it functions. The electric part no longer a problem. You all watch it every now and then. Crescent kind of smacks the top of the hood to get it to light back up as you all pull out of the main thoroughfare. You go down the highway. Crescent, do you mind traffic laws?
I'll go a little bit over.
Right.
Speed limit. And
not escape that quickly.
not like reckless, but definitely not law-abiding either.
I see your lack of humanity does not at least cloud your common sense. As you take your time, but just a little bit over won't kill anybody. And it never does, usually. After about 45 minutes through early evening traffic, you begin to approach the address on Acer's Google Maps, as I will go ahead and take a small step back and allow our wonderful guest star here, who's been so patiently waiting, again, thank you, to go ahead and narrate what our lovely coterie sees before them as they approach your temporary abode?
Probably the thing that strikes you the most right out of the gate is the mansion or facility, large enough to qualify as both. To the more keen observer, though, it is certainly not empty. You end up seeing many people coming to and fro, many in suits, others in more formal fare, or maybe a little bit more casual. You are also aware of individuals who are very much dressed in guard attire. Now, I'm kind of curious, would anybody here happen to have heightened senses of some sort?
I do have sense the unseen.
Oh, who does not have heightened senses?
So for the storytellers, if they did, they might notice that many of the ones that look as though household servants or what have you may also be carrying arms of some sort.
Crescent, I would say your natural whisper. You do notice as you pull up several of the armed guards that quickly look with very strict discipline as the car approaches down the turnabout. You could see, are these weapons concealed very well, or are they more open carried?
They're very much open carried. Everything is set. Everything is legal and placed.
Nothing too extreme, but you do see that many armed guards wearing very reliable body armor, matching uniforms of an appropriate color scheme, but all carrying a standard M4 rifle in their hands.
Probably the most important thing is you would see at the gate there is, in fact, a gentleman who is sitting at the gate in a small guard post, as it were. Apparently the person you end up going to if you ever want to end up entering. He seems to be a portly gentleman, thinning hair at top, immense girth. He carries himself a little bit of fondness. And is that the... Yes, a small amount of powdered sugar upon his uniform, perhaps sneaking a donut in when no one else is looking.
Pretty sure that's how we get in.
Would you mind? Let's go ahead and pull forward.
All right, but I'm just telling you all now, I should have brought more than just a dagger, because this is ridiculous. This guy's stacked.
Let's approach this peaceably first, please.
Peaceably with somebody that has pictures of our loved ones. Yeah, that sounds sane.
It's okay. We have the upper hand. It's not like he knows what we can do, right? Just
on that note, the vehicle pulls to the front gate. Derek, your wonderful attendant seeing the car pull up, and Crescent, you roll down the window.
If she,
I try to, but
don't worry, ST, I got this.
It's electronic.
Hey, ma'am, are you having a hard time? Is the car okay? Hello? He reaches over and knocks a little bit on the glass.
What?
I'll roll down my window and stick my hand out. Be like, over here, sir.
Oh, hi. How you doing? Hi, you folks lost or something? Real weird. What is that? What kind of vehicle is that? I'm not sure.
It's broken. It's broken.
I ended up having to ride those a few times myself. Looks like it's not quite up to code. I think that's a break of a 31C right there. If I was working my old job, I'd have to write you up for it.
That's unnecessary. That's we're good.
Of course. How can I end up helping you all?
Well, you see, we were invited by someone named S.
You have an actual invitation?
Oh, yes. Of course.
As I reach into my my jacket and I pull it out and I hand it over to him. Here you are, friend.
He grabs it. You could see what appears to be a red substance. And, at first maybe, no, that's blood. But no, that is jelly filler. As he ends up taking hold of it and looks at it. Oh, and now I see what you're doing there. You have a invitation specifically here by Mr. Myers. Oh, that's him. How do you do your stuff? Give me a few just to end up calling him in, and I'll let them know you're coming. I think you're supposed to wait in the lobby, and somebody will end up coming to escort you the rest of the way. Just let me get the gate here and pull on through. He offers you invitation back, like, get this out of my hands now. This is dangerous.
Appreciate that. Thank you. As Grayson goes and takes it back from him.
Not a problem.
You said Mr. Myers?
Yes. Mr. Myers is a busy man, so the fact that you ended up getting an appointment with him, invitation, in fact, that's absolutely huge. I mean, congratulations. You guys got to be some big wigs. I mean, real up-and-comers. He kind of looks over your car and...
I'll look back at them.
As Grayson, he is wearing the mask, but you would be able, if you would see underneath, he is quite collections anonymity.
I've never heard that name before, but hey, a pleasure to meet you, Anonymity. My name's Sean. It's good to end up seeing you, and I'm glad that you ended up deciding to stop by. I hope that you end up having a fantastic night. Ma'am, you look like you were about to say something.
No, this is just very interesting.
All right.
I'm good.
All right, Mr. Anonymity. It's good to end up seeing you, and I hope you all have a fantastic time.
Much appreciated. Have a good night.
All right.
As he leaves, I'm just going to turn to Crescent and Grayson, and I'm just going to be like, that man is to be protected at all costs.
Okay. That was not Rudy. That was not Rudy.
No, but he just reminded me of something that I haven't had in a long time, and now I want a donut. I'm just saying this man will be protected.
I'm just gonna pull forward, I guess.
I'm slipping the letter back into the invitation back in my jacket. Definitely.
Is there a roll to avoid the jelly stain on your noose?
Oh, no.
You know what? Grayson was sitting in the back seat, but he did hand it directly back to you. Grayson, go ahead and give me a dexterity. Or do we get a straight dexterity?
I will re-roll if I have to. I'm not getting this on me. No problem re-rolling. I do not care.
That's going on just for your own information, Derek. For your more mortal guests, one, the Sombra here is packing an obvious predator, just for your own entertainment.
I did get one success. Is that enough?
How bad was the stain, Derek, on good old Chuck?
Well, I imagine that the stain, since you tucked it in, looked like you were tucking it into your shirt, would imply that you have a nice little bit of red here, perhaps symbolizing that you are a thrall to a blood leech, perhaps.
As it is said, so let it be. Thankfully, black and red tends to hide more red. It is still there, though, as you can feel some of the slight wetness on the side of your neck, and it is uncomfortable at best, as it's one side of your collar tends to stick to your neck with aggravation.
Looking good, man. Looking good.
Don't talk to me.
Okay.
Don't.
So, Derek, go ahead and narrate the very large turnabout valet service that I'm sure, which is standard with anyone of your caliber.
Well, of course. You see, when you end up entering, you will end up seeing gentlemen and ladies all about that seem to dress in almost a formal European expectation of the butler and the maid. They are going about, though I have absolutely no doubt that Crescent would end up knowing that they also are armed with small arms. Very unusual, you might end up thinking, or maybe this compound is secured for other reasons. You have your suspicions, I'm sure. But as you end up entering the main hall, you end up seeing a chandelier that easily could be the size of an apartment hanging up above. You can look out and just past the snow, you can see through the windows, the hot tub in the back still here, roiling the... Everything is left open. There's large windows showing the back lot, which has been trimmed immaculately. And not soon after, you end up seeing one of the gentlemen appears to be a maitre d' of some sort, with very little, ends up simply asking if you have the invitation. But the moment it is shown, without hesitation, with the warmest of smiles and greets, he starts to end up gesturing you to the upstairs this long curving stairwell starts to end up bringing you up to the top. Just above you can end up seeing, now you're at eye length with that chandelier. This room is absolutely massive. And yet as they bring you to corridors, you are asked to end up waiting in a particular room, a room that might end up catching our dear Grayson's interest, a library of sorts or a private study. The books stack so high they require a ladder to end up getting to. Many trinkets and baubles about. A window that seems to end up having the steel shutters to it. You can see that in a single moment they would end up coming down and blocking out everything that could potentially happening in this room. And what appears to be artificial candlelight that ends up illuminating it for a pleasant reading experience. That's not to end up saying that is lost on you that in the center of this room is an oak table that is placed there between two leather sofas. And at the head of it is a chair that matches it just perfectly, a rug that is placed at the base. And more specifically, you see one thing that is very unnatural in this room. A large wooden box, probably a little over 6 feet in length, and you can smell freshly cut wood upon it. The lid is closed, and whereas everything else is in finery here, this seems more industrial. Maybe it was packing a fridge or something like that back in the day. What it holds now, well, you can smell a small amount of blood on the wind.
If I could, I would spend years reading through these books. I can only imagine what secrets lie within them. Lovely collections.
All right, Belle, I'm sure the beast will be happy to let you stay if you ask nicely. Come on.
As I pass by, I'm going to kind of look along the spines to see if there's any titles that I can at least see.
You would find a very interesting mix, actually. Something that, whereas most would end up studying something that is philosophical or occult, these seem to focus upon Roman history, as well as a very, very expansive bit of economics and law from region to region. Mortal law.
Seems the one who invited us has used knowledge in a very interesting way, but an extremely important resource. No, apologies, I find myself a little bit aghast at what I'm finding here. What this is not just concerned with our world, but with theirs as well.
I'm starting to feel you falling for this guy more and more. Just remember, we don't know who he is, and he knows about us.
And Derek, just so I know, are there more armed personnel still within this library as our group waits?
No, in fact, that would probably be an odd point, is that they are left to their own devices, as though they are meant to be hidden away, or the staff is not to interfere with any of their comings and goings, a moment for them to speak.
One thing I'll also throw out to you all, as you all begin to bide your time in the study, would I be so remiss to say that the staff that brought this coterie into your domain, Derek, beyond the very warm greeting at the doorman, many of these wouldn't have said nary a word to our friends here.
Not a one. Maybe one a sideways glance and quickly correcting not to watch too closely.
Is it just me, or am I so used to being watched 24/7 that feels weird? No one? Just me?
You know, having
Used to it.
a lot of eyes on you all at once is actually somewhat refreshing, not to be the center of attention the entire rest of the day, or at least for a few hours.
Oh, trust me, I'm all for not being the center of attention. I mean, you guys know where you found me. But,
So are we supposed to wait here? Because I don't particularly feel like reading a bunch of books.
I can't help but have my attention directed over towards the long wooden box. I wonder if I can, as I know that we can smell the hint of blood, but can I sense any magic coming off of it?
Do you wish you sense the unseen?
Yes, I would.
You would not.
I would not.
It is a plain wooden crate.
Odd.
As you were glancing at the box, Derek, is there any type of lock or latch that is forcing this box sealed?
It is welcome to be opened at their earliest convenience.
Is nobody else going to do it?
I'm nothing if not curious as I reach and I slowly open up the box.
And I'll get it back up.
You open it up and you see a body. And, well, Acer, you would be familiar with this body. After all, you stopped looking at it not more than maybe an hour ago. It's gray matter currently leaking onto plastic that the body is wrapped in, but the face might be very familiar to you. The lean, athletic build, though at this point, long since past due.
The moment I see that, without really waiting for Grayson, I just grab the lid and close it immediately.
The heavy lid comes down hard.
Sorry, old friend.
What the fuck was that about?
I am trusting this guy less and less.
Really? The pictures didn't do any of that for you?
No, see, the pictures were classic normal scare tactic if you're being watched. This is just downright creepy.
Would you explain what this is? Because I'm just seeing mortal.
And at that point, the door opens. And you see a man who you may be familiar with upon negotiations. You may have seen him on the television, though he's never been interviewed. You may have seen him in the background, maybe with a politician or maybe with a police chief or something along those lines. But when he opens the door, he closes it very quietly. Yes, sir. Perhaps you would like to explain to your dear friends of our mutual acquaintance.
As Derek, why don't you go ahead and describe what your character looks like upon as they see you?
You see a man, and he is relatively short, actually, kind of a thinner build. Doesn't look particularly strong, very unassuming, in fact. He ends up wearing glasses and is dressed in a simple dress shirt and blackened tie, though some of you who may be aware of the iconography would notice that his cufflinks are of sword and scepter crossed. He adjusts himself accordingly as he enters. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I had some business to end up finishing up beforehand, and I thought it best to give you a moment to collect yourselves.
Most gracious of you, my friend. I'm sure you know who we are. However, I am not one to shirk on a greeting. Grace.
He nods to you, and you seem to have made him smile, if not a little bit.
I do make him do a small bow as well.
And he continues down the line.
Acer is really kind of taken back and a bit stunned at this point, and he looks at this individual and just says, "You don't seem shocked that you're hearing Grayson's name at all?"
No, in fact, I have to admit, the coverage was a little spotty. I'm going to have to work on that.
Okay. And albeit a bit shakily, Acer tries his best to mimic Grayson. As right now, you have him very shaken up, and he just says, "Acer Zoran." So you knew that already.
And he looks, obviously, towards Crescent.
Crescent. I'll just slightly dip my head.
It's a little awkward. She does try to almost curtsy without a skirt. But it carries an old sense of nostalgia, almost. Very old-fashioned. She even carries her shoulders back with a attempt at elegance, though crudely unrefined.
And yet I am appreciative of the attempt. Thank you. He steps forward. Sebastian Myers, if I may be so bold, I'm understanding that the locals have a hard time with full introductions, so just simply to say I am the child of Amanda here, Pierre LaCroix, and I am a shadow of sorts. I'm grateful that you all accepted my invitation. So,
Or could we not, with the way that you sent it?
yet you had. And for that I am very grateful. And of course, I've rudely interrupted Acer, who is about to explain the predicament. I was hoping to unveil it myself, but can't always get what you want.
Acer very shakenly reaches into his pocket and pulls out the ID of the man in the box, and Grayson and Crescent would know this as a reference to what Acer does when he accidentally kills any mortal.
The ID itself, as he plays it out into the open, has the name Lam Yu on the ID card. A middle-aged man appears to be addressed somewhere down in West Seattle. Looks like an apartment.
See, normally people finding the bodies doesn't freak me out. But the fact that this happened merely hours ago leads me to believe that either you're keeping a very close eye on us or you have connections that border on the line of psychopathic.
Yes, sir.
Allow him to speak his mind. He's free to end up doing so. I prefer to end up speaking open and honestly. It's refreshing in my line of work.
Apologies, Acer, please.
Psychopathic, you say?
This is something that I have not seen, honestly, only in movies. To be able to fish us out, even recover an incident that happened merely hours ago, which, according to my knowledge, still had some witnesses around it. I'm not exactly sure what kind of strings you can pull, but knowing that you've been tracking us for quite a while, dating the pictures, I'm not exactly inclined to be very trustworthy right now.
And yet I am the greatest friend you have had for quite some time. Or did you think that gas leaks just happened to get explained away through natural cause? Or that whole massacres just up and disappear because you just ignored it long enough?
So, you're in charge of all of that.
I'm one of many. And I make it a point to try and end up being on top of it. That requires me to have a certain degree of connection and an eye in the ear. The reason I asked for you three, and while I do apologize for how brash it may seem on your part, I had to be sure that you would all come to speak with me. I had to also be sure that you understood that this was not a negotiation. And truth of the matter is, I think you will all agree, your record for how these meetings go don't usually end positively. Have I missed any details that are worth considering at this exact moment?
I would say not.
Unfortunately, frighteningly accurate.
My job is precision. So, now that we're formally introduced, can I get you anything to drink?
As he kind of just stares over at the box for a quick second before grabbing the ID and putting it back in his pocket. I think I'm good, thank you.
I wouldn't be much of a host if I didn't at least give the offer. Now, shall we take a seat, please? Join me. He walks to the chair and just waits for everybody to sit.
Make my way over to a chair, not too far from him, but giving him respectable distance, and I wait until he says to sit.
Acer will try to take the chair furthest away from him. As
you'd be on a couch, so you're 2 couches and a chair. He is at the head of the table in the chair.
Oh, okay, so just the furthest end from the couch.
Crescent, do you sit as well?
I will kind of stand near Cher, but I'm not fully sitting down.
She kind of half leans against one of the armrests of the chair. What's the quality like, Mr. Myers?
Well, it's comfortable. You can guarantee that you could sleep on that couch for days and you wouldn't need to buy a bed for the next 10 years. Spared no expense. Please do enjoy the hospitality.
We're concerned with what you want.
Down to the matter at hand. Okay. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of the Camarilla? Big picture stuff. Let's dispense with the small stuff and get right to the big picture, where you fit in and why.
I see it as the continuation of our race and races of the future to respect our past and to keep us in our history intact. Order.
Enforce order.
Order is definitely important, but is that all it is? One can arguably say that you stake every kindred you find, put them in a concrete box at the bottom of the Atlantic, and you would have order. Especially if you numbered this concrete blocks.
I think it's a way to give us life, to preserve the masquerade, at the same time, giving us a quality of life.
There it is. Yes. Not far off. And yourself, Asa. I understand that your education is questionable, but I would like to hear your insight nevertheless, despite you speaking to a sociopath.
Well, despite what I have seen, at the very least, I know that it upholds a certain type of law, at least amongst the kindred. So that would be my biggest stake in this.
It would be your stake. He pulls his glasses and closes them up to make sure that he can look at you. What we are is shepherds. The shepherds of humanity, in fact. We are something that is eternal. Something that goes on and on, a universal constant, no different than gravity. Now, when you are aware of this and think of that implication, how do you justify your existence? To what end? Allow me to rephrase that in a manner you may be more accustomed to. Seattle is rife with gang violence, and yet you and I both know that is less likely the scenario, as I've used that excuse far too many times for it to start maintaining viability. And there's only so many times I can explain a gas leak. But what have you ultimately wrought on Seattle? This happened because it was far more difficult to feed because everybody's walking in pairs, correct? He gestures to the box.
Very much so.
And they live in fear because they know that they could be removed at any given point in time. So what you have ultimately done is make the basics of living untenable for a lot of us. There are those of us who may not be so well addressed for feeding. But let's say you do not care about what the mortals think. Maybe you are an avid hunter. Maybe there's something more there. You see, with every mistake, it erodes you. You specifically. I'm sure everybody here understands the beast.
Agreed.
And when he mentions that, Acer kind of visibly slinks backward a bit, as if almost protective, as if he were imagining a cage behind him and like pressing himself up against it to force that door close.
Very wise individual once told me, we maintain our humanity even at our worst, because it makes us more efficient predators. The more you lose, the less efficient you are. It's a double-edged sword, you see. So it's in your best interest, not only if you care to maintain your immortal soul, but if you care about continuing to feed, even with reckless abandon. I have no doubt that a few of you have already seen some of the physical changes that have taken on a few of you as things start to wither. And so your approach is forced to change. I'm sure all of you have had to force yourself to change particular habits from when you were very first embraced to now, specifically by a very limited exposure. Would this be accurate?
Again, frighteningly accurate.
In this small exchange, Mr. Myers, you have a very high insight. You can see just by a casual glance over Crescent how visibly uncomfortable, almost irritated she appears to be at the words that you speak.
Madame, by all means, speak your mind.
I just don't see the problem with it. It helps us feel something other than pain.
But you're not feeling, are you? In fact, I would argue that a new piece of information given to you would scarcely even move the needle. For instance, right now, believe it or not, your brother will be receiving quite a windfall.
What do you know of him?
Enough for you to be aware that in one way or another, I am his current employer.
Employer?
I question the same thing. Why are you involved in my brother's life?
Because I'm involved in every life. Yours in particular, somebody needs to end up keeping them safe. And you want to do so as well.
Are you suggesting that they are safe because of you.
Consider the bodies that have been piling up. Do you think that once the body is cold that the issue is ended, or do you think that they have family, friends, employers? Do you think that they are not connected in some way back to, say, another kindred?
First-hand experience, yes. There's always someone. Always.
And yet, consuming them with reckless abandon, leaving bodies out in the open, these are not traits of Cainites. He grits his teeth using that. Who are well adjusted to their circumstance. I am here to correct a very grave injustice, and that is to your teachings. I can pardon Miss Crescent, certainly, though the Sombra are still a new addition to the Camarilla, and one that is oftentimes not trusted for very long reasons. But very few of them have anything to do with you specifically, Crescent. It is not who you are, but what you are that brings people pause. I am here to try and make that smoother. Because should I, for instance, find myself feeding with reckless abandon and, say, leave an entire alley filled with bloodless cheerleaders because I happen to have a fling and one of those bodies ends up in your domain or perhaps on the 6 o'clock news and suddenly unleashed officers or perhaps gang-affiliated boyfriends start feeling the need to get a little bit of payback, well, that starts to affect you, doesn't it? And it spirals. It's not just one thing. The reaction to it will spiral another instant, and another, and another, and another, and it will get out of control. You will reap the whirlwind. The Masquerade cannot maintain in that. Ever.
So the purpose of this entire visit is nothing more than education.
Nothing more. Was it not you three that just illustrated to preserve the Masquerade? And now you brush it off as mere education.
Well, with what's happening recently, I feel it might have taken a back seat.
To which the three of you would be ash. You'll end up finding that dealing with me, while can be trying at times, in the end, we don't have to worry about 7 bodies suddenly showing up on the 7 o'clock news. Or a body suddenly found with its brain meat left all over the pavement. And more importantly, people not holding their loved ones tight in fear that they may not come home. Because that makes it more difficult to feed, makes you a less efficient predator, and opens you up to unnecessary risk. Have I laid out my explanation of the current circumstance well enough for us to be able to begin discussing on the same page with a certain degree of mutual respect?
Acer just kind of looks over to the box once more and then back to you as he just nods his head in silence.
So speak your mind. By all means, we cannot have a honest discussion if you're fearful. He pulls out his glasses and places them back on. If we are fearful of speaking with one another candidly.
I'm more than willing to learn. I like to think that the drive for knowledge was not lost on me when I was embraced, and I would consider myself a fool not to take advantage of this opportunity you presented.
Well, I think it's very clear that I don't have a choice in the matter, so...
You always have a choice, sir. You could secretly sit by your friend there, perhaps draw a weapon, drag it out to me, carve out my heart right here and now, toss me in the box, wipe it down, and walk out, presuming that my people might just presume that the meeting's over and look away. You could choose to, this morning, leave yourself out to the sun. Oh, wait.
As he says that, now Acer really does not like the situation. He is very tense.
You have choices. Our job is to figure out how it is that we can mitigate the situation and for you to benefit. So allow me to speak to the quiet one in the room. Crescent, you wish for your brother to stay out of it. Would this be correct?
Of course.
You want him to be cared for. You want to be sure that when time comes, when you stand over his grave, you'll smile, hoping that you're still capable of smiling, and know that they lived a good life. I want that as well. Seattle can
Makes
grow.
you care anything for my brother?
Because you might have noticed, but I ended up saying it earlier. The Camarilla shepherds humanity. And I have no interest of seeing a city that is torn apart by gang war, so your brother can get shot in some back alley because, well, wrong place, wrong time, or be found in a box with their brains leaking out, or to be found one night just dancing the night away before getting torn to shreds. I don't want that world for any of them. And those that would violate it, well, I think I've already made my case as to what I am capable of. You have not seen what I am willing to do and how far I'm willing to go. I don't want that to be a proven point. I would rather that be left in a what-if mystery box that no one opens. What would you do if somebody were to harm them? What I'm doing is quite the opposite. Giving them an opportunity to learn a skill, a trade, perhaps earn a six-figure income, to perhaps seek out a family in a small house with a cottage out north. A chance to end up making memories at the dock and laugh as grandchildren end up there running by. And for you to end up looking at that and saying, this is my legacy. To know that he died around loving family, something you were denied. But for you to appreciate that, well, that requires humanity.
I do want that from him. Want that from Medical too.
Notice I did not end up reaching out to them just yet, though I can make that possible, which also means they fly under my domain, which also means they are not to be touched. And if that ever gets broken, I will end up offering whoever was the trespasser on a silver platter to you, and I would ask you to make it an execution of 100 years. To be sure that your wrath was thoroughly exercised.
So what do you want from us? Wait, what do you want for us in exchange for this?
Better. In time, I will teach you. All I ask is you heed the lesson. And as I hear, walk through with it. Question. Learn. And become more than, if you'll pardon the expression, a couple of bootlicks left to be at the bottom rung, to hold yourself with not only grace and dignity, but with the head upon each of your shoulders, so that if a body shows up, you know exactly what to do. To know that perhaps when you meet somebody, you best strike them in private. So, just curtail worst case scenario. To feed upon a human with the understanding of the gift that they are, and that their children's children are what will feed you. You remove them from the board, you remove the survival of their child, their real children. And this continues on and on. And then it builds up more strife, more desperation, more hopelessness. And there is nothing more unruly than kind without hope. And so our exact existence is threatened. This is the world I live in. Not able to end up enjoying the view at some cafe, or to be able to simply sit with an evening with a beautiful woman. I am here to watch and guide, and that is all I am permitted to do. That is the sacrifice I have accepted. To give you a chance each to simply enjoy your own funeral, or perhaps to, for once, forget that you are bound by night as you walk through the day, if only for a momentary glance, or to for once hope that there is a future beyond just when you feed, but for there to be more. I believe each of you can be, if you wish it.
Grayson takes off his glasses and puts them in his pocket. He looks over to both Acer and over to Crescent. I think we have some reevaluating that needs to be done.
So where do we go from here? I personally just want a way out of here, but unknowingly or knowingly, really, I've sunk myself deeper into everything. So is Acer. Grayson, you're the only one that's taking steps out. But even then, I know that's not what you want, necessarily. I mean, we want vengeance for the people that have wronged us. We want protection for the people we care about. We want some form of justice.
Yes.
There's a fine line between vengeance and justice. You can only have one.
I'm just trying to break a bond that restricts me.
Crescent, as those words attempt to leave your lips, I need you to go ahead and roll me an intelligence plus resolve.
I think this is one of those times where Crescent wants to say it. Just stop letting it being caged. I think she'll fight tooth and nail to say it out loud.
That's what we're going to see if she's able to do.
Luckily, that's quite a bit of dice. 4 successes.
Mr. Myers, as Crescent says these words before they leave her mouth, you can almost see her neck tighten. You can see the collarbone poke through at the top of her shirt. You can almost see the bare skin on her knuckles almost get torn off as a little bit of vitae begins to carve through as she almost shouts the words out like she just kicked it out the front of a door. You can see fangs bared and stress underneath her eyes as she quickly tries to recompose herself, but it was like trying to drag a kicking toddler out of a supermarket. But the words did leave her mouth.
Would you two have any idea on who it is that her dominator is?
Yes, I would.
Name them.
Crescent, may I?
Do you think that she's capable of it? She needed it to be heard. She's hoping that somebody can do something because she is lashed and powerless.
Eleonora.
I will see what I am capable of doing.
No. Yeah, it's not necessary. It's not good. It's not safe.
There is a part of you that is conflicted. The bond is making you want to love someone you should be hating. And yet, I have not come with blood bonds, nor have I asked you to swear fealty to me. I have not done so with any degree of malice. Just enough to get attention, but not enough to end up making a point. And you, I'm sorry to say, are quickly running out of friends, and I am quickly running out of patience for how many times I have to end up putting out new press releases to cover up mistakes that shouldn't be happening in the first place. And I think you all have an opportunity now. Because there's going to come a moment, very soon, where the kindred of Seattle have to make a choice. Are we willing to let our entire city fall to pieces and make desperate fools of us all? Or can we ascend? Do you think the Anarchs care anything of the people, or do you think they're only concerned with your deaths?
I hate them. Wild dogs, not caring who they bite, who they have to trample over. Same night, that one, he did not care who he killed, and he killed many of them.
And yet I did not come to you with the offer to smite Anarchs. Because once they are gone, what are we building? What are we doing afterwards? No. It starts with each of us. Once you've mastered yourself, once you've come to true terms with your beast, then it begins. To expect another to do it for you is to also make a dependency. And I think you would like to make as few of those as possible. Would you be agreed?
I would agree.
Acer just kind of nods his head in silence again.
But that leads me to one last matter. That of the thin blood. Let me ask, Acer. Yours is the thinnest of all. You know, some would believe that you are a harbinger of an apocalypse.
I've heard rumors. Never really thought they were true.
Well, when I was young, I would have thought the same. So I understand your predilection. But perhaps you should consider, just for one moment, that amongst everyone in this room, you may in fact be the most dangerous specimen of all.
In saying this, you can see a visible look of confusion on him. His first glance is towards you, and his second one towards Crescent, and then third towards Grayson.
There's confusion, no doubt. But in time, perhaps we'll learn together. If I am to begin my own prerogatives, I need to know that when I leave this city, as I will eventually, that I've left it in extremely capable hands. And as you've already pointed out, the Anox do not care. Your power lies in your ability to care. For a brother, for a jogger, for a co-worker. You are shepherds. Shepherds of the kind. And I mean that in the truest sense. And when you understand that, then you start to accrue something more.
On this note, none of you would have heard it, as the door opens almost silently, as one of the many other well-dressed attendants come walking in on a very small tray, carrying a very fine-cut crystal chalice, sloshing with a very slightly red-tinged liquid, and set it very gently next to Mr. Myers before dipping his head silently and leaving the room.
He places the chalice in the center of the table. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe I do.
This is not something I am willing to browbeat you over. No bonds. No boons. Simply understanding. If you walk out saying no, you have my word by my sire and my sire's sire that I will maintain your secret of your brother and all of your connections till my final days. If you know anything about my particular lineage that should ring more true than gravity itself, you're free to walk out at your own accord. Or you can make a very dangerous friend, one you may come to resent in time. But I think we'd all sooner live with the resentment than whatever this is becoming.
Yeah, with that, I think Acer's going to be the first to stand up, and he's, again, trying to mimic Grayson. He's just going to give a bow and then just kind of leave silently with everything that's running through his head. He's just going to wait outside for everyone else.
Can I grab him before he goes?
You do feel a small tug on your sleeve as Crescent is almost hot on your heels.
I'll stumble and try and just be like, yeah.
All right, this is becoming an emotional night, which I didn't expect. Do you mind if we talk?
Yeah, actually, I have a few things to say if you guys want to come outside. Sorry, excuse us.
Excuse me, Mr. Myers. We'll go outside for a small moment. Thank you.
Take your time. Enjoy the festivities, and if you need anything, simply address the staff, and they will accommodate you accordingly.
I place my hand on my chest, give him a small bow, and I will stand up and go and join my friends.
The help allows you all to leave before they very gently gets close to the door before he pokes his head in. Needed to go, Master Myers.
The one here called Crescent. Go into the files a little further. I wish to end up knowing a little bit more on their associations to their nocturnal relations.
Both kind and kindred?
The woman is going to have to make a very difficult decision. Pray for this city that they make the right one.
Understood. I'll retrieve the files. Say no more. And respectfully, gently close the door. This man does kind of usher you out the front of the library hall.
To be clear, that was more of a keep it quiet on the down low situation. So when he asks, it's a lean over, cover the mouth, whisper, and the usual, especially since you're trying not to end up attracting too much attention, but he wants to know what he's dealing with.
Of course. When we come back to that, we'll make the appropriate rolls. But for now, as Mr. Myers' attendant does lead you out to front into the foyer, at this point, Mr. Myers, how busy would the evening still be at your abode?
At this point, there is a massive cleaning operation specifically, though Myers has made sure more accurately to make sure that more people are on the premises for the expectation of guests, increased security and what have you. But for the most part, the guise is in cleaning the estate, giving it more than just a cursory tidy. And in doing so, making sure that everything is sorted, cared for, and pristine for tomorrow's day. On occasion, maybe they would hear phone calls about a charity going on downtown, apparently a large event for those in the know, politicians trying to get the influential involved to end up opening up their pocketbooks for a various charity that, well, let's be honest, you guys are too far removed from humanity to know.
Just another evening's business for Mr. Myers. But at this point, the main foyer, which was bustling with many guests, most of the party has died down as their services have been accomplished, leaving you all, as Mr. Myers said, free space to find a private corner or step outside, wherever you all need.
Trying to find like a little secluded corner and just kind of look at Grayson and Crescent. All right. I'll be the first to say this. I have absolutely no clue what is going on here, but this is definitely weird. He's acting a lot differently than most others that we've encountered, that's for sure.
I have to agree. I definitely taken back by can't believe I'm able to say this as much truth as I will, but hospitality.
Not only that, did anyone notice that he knows I'm immune to the sun?
We have to guess it's like you said, his information network is quite powerful.
Acer.
Yeah.
Despite our differences, would you say that we could trust each other?
Well, I trusted you not to kill me after telling you about Medico, so...
Yes, and again, I forgive you for that. Things happen. But, not to say I'm not mad at the situation, but I'm not mad at you.
Well, it makes you feel better. I have a similar situation with this guy.
With Grayson?
You drank my sister.
Right.
You also left me.
And we are not going to point fingers in that, as we've both...
We're not going to talk about it. Right. Cool.
I'm going to say we both have done something to abandon the other in one way.
I just thought that maybe you cared more. No.
I do. Do you think that I let you both in my haven just because you were my coterie? No, I didn't do that just because I was told to do so. It's because we're not bound by silly human things like friends. We're all of us together. We're family. Kindred.
Can you answer me something, though? Is it because you felt guilty at all? I mean, because of what happened to me? You know what? It's fine. Acer.
Yeah.
All right, I don't really know how to say this, so I'm just going to come out and say it. Probably going to have to roll for this.
What do you wish to say?
Eleonora has ordered me to do something.
You've already succeeded against your blood bond roll for today. You can speak freely.
Eleonora has ordered me to do something, and you're not going to like it, but for appearance's sake, I need to follow through with it. So I need to give you fair warning. I've been tasked to take out any Thin Bloods who don't side with the Cam.
What?
Yeah. I'm an assassinator. It's kind of what I do. And most kindred don't really like Thin Bloods. And I hate to point that out. I mean, I'm really grateful for you. I really am. And I would never hurt you. But the fact of the matter is that Dragos has been given a sort of position that has other people feeling unsettled. And I personally don't care. But at the end of the day, I have a job to do. I just want to give you a heads up. Since I kind of owe you.
Great. It's bad enough I have to keep track of all the people I've killed. Now I got to keep track of all the vampires I've killed now that I actually care for the Crescent. First off, thank you. And secondly, look, I don't think it's any kind of secret that I used to absolutely hate any and all kindred.
Oh, it's not.
It's not.
Including myself.
Yep, no, it's not.
But I mean...
A voice down the end of the hall. It's not.
That guy just...
Start checking myself for another bloodstone. Like, did he put one on me?
Which reminds me, I need to go ask him something, so,
Right, just... Thank you guys for showing me that thought process was stupid and naive.
Like, Acer, humans have good and bad. Vampires, kindred, have good and bad. I'm still learning that as well. But
it's just making me rethink a lot of things. Even my sire. Anyways, thank you for telling me that, because now I have to do something that I don't know if I'm up to the task of doing, but...
Hey, I just thought I should give you some forewarning.
I'll do my best to make sure that you don't have to do it.
I would not like to have to. Anyway, I need to go ask him a question, so... You guys got that, right?
Yeah. Go for it. I got it.
And, Grayson, I forgive you too. Not that you need my forgiveness, but, yeah, the whole... I will stop being a grudgeful bitch about it.
Crescent.
Yeah.
Takes his glasses off again. I'm sorry.
Nothing to apologize for.
I did abandon you. And I abandoned you because it felt like you abandoned me all those years ago when you disappeared. The next time I saw you, you were a picture on my wall.
No, I didn't mean to do that. That wasn't my choice.
I know.
It wasn't like you. I didn't get a, hey, you're going to become kindred, so shave your beard. And not that would apply, but you know what I mean.
It doesn't change the fact that I was selfish. I am still selfish, but at least I am not going to make the mistake of not at least saying that I was wrong to you and that I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
We'll be here. You go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to turn on my heel and go towards Sebastian.
As Crescent goes off to speak further with your host, before we get to that, Grayson and Acer, how are you feeling in this moment? This morning, you both woke up from various degrees of successes and failures, this evening, you woke up like that. And now, mere hours later, you're standing in an opulent mansion. Attendants literally just walking by you in perfect order, armed guards, always knowing where you seem to be standing, but never threatening, more concerned of the outside, not within. How are you feeling right now as this host has made his presence known to you?
Not as uneasy as before, but still kind of weary. But definitely a lot more chill and open to what's going on around him.
What about you, Mr. Holland?
It's strange. It's almost like it's almost like after the battlefield where everything becomes eerily quiet, where I'm happy that it's over, but at the same time it seems it's almost like looking back over the field and realizing what took place, actually really taking it in, using that information as it just continues to go over and over in his mind. You can see it all in his face. It's almost kind of solidifying his thoughts over the past few nights.
As these thoughts kind of run through each of your minds, Mr. Meyer, unexpectedly quick, you hear a very small knock on your door.
Enter.
Crescent? I'll kind of do a bow, curtsy, mock-up.
You see him looking at the window, as though gazing into the estate, seeing the back room or the backyard, which yard might be a bit of an understatement. But he just looks to it. Even through the glasses, and as the light is reflecting off them, you can almost see in the reflection his eyes dart back up to you before going back down. Miss Crescent, please, won't you join me?
I'll just kind of step forward and look out in the direction that he's looking.
You can see very clearly it's immaculate. The hedges are done in all kinds of artistic ways, and the pool is, well, it may end up having snow around it, apparently is heated enough that you can almost jump from this window and dive right in. The hot tub isn't even covered, as though waiting for any guests to make their appearance. But that's not where Sebastian's eyes are locked. They're locked on a lone gardener. The man who is just clipping ever so delicately with a pair of shears, working on what appears to be a hedge sculpt of some sort. He looks a man of means, dressed in what seems to be green-stained attire and overalls, a sun hat that's unnecessary at this hour, perhaps just a formality, or it just feels like a part of the uniform, or maybe he just doesn't feel complete wearing without it. But you'd see that this man has Sebastian's attention.
Somebody important? You don't mind me asking?
Aren't they all?
I suppose so. Kind of late to be trimming hedges, though.
He does so as a favor for me, you know. I can invite him up here and offer him to you on a silver platter to be drunk and discarded. And the world would lose an artist without a name. I may be of blue blood as Crescent, but even I can appreciate the work, the craft. We look upon them and I wonder, is it possible for him to end up making an entire city a garden?
I suppose everybody has the potential.
Share what's on your mind.
I'm confused.
I imagine it's been quite the whirlwind of an evening.
I was confused before this evening. I'm dealing with things, I guess.
I imagine my own cursory glance doesn't cover the smallest portion of it.
No. It's just not.
You have my ear, Miss Crescent.
I'm struggling with this. My sire says that these emotions are weakness, but a lot of the time I enjoy feeling. I enjoy caring about people, and that drive to protect them is what keeps me going. I feel more at purpose with my life when I am protecting the people I care about than anything else, but I feel like that is slowly slipping away, and that scares me. And I'm confused, and my sire she's not a bad person. She's just kindred. She's just elder kindred, and now I worry that something may have happened to my brother, and she wants me to keep eyes on Acer, and I'm scared.
The fact that you can still be frightened gives me hope.
At this point, the door does silently open as the same attendant that you had requested beforehand, Mr. Myers, quietly walks up to your desks and he carefully puts about a medium-sized office box down onto your desk. He does lean in, and I found everything I could. I brought also information on the others, just anticipating needs. Sir.
Very good.
Dips his head and excuses himself. For Crescent, you were looking for specific information, correct?
Specifically on the sire and what have you, but that can wait until this conversation is done. Right now I have more pressing matters.
Fair enough.
He legitimately says that openly. I have more pressing matters. It can wait. He turns, and this is the first time he's faced you since you entered the room. He's keeping an eye on the gardener. So, your confusion. You were talking about your sire, an order that involves your coterie mate, sir?
Yes.
Well, what is the truest conflict here? Conflict implies choice. So what is the decision?
She first had me keeping an eye on Grayson and bringing people from his center into the church, and that wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, people have to go somewhere else after the rehab facility, I know personally, but keeping an eye on Aster, he never asked for this, and he's doing the best he can.
But
I don't want to do any of this.
I once told you that I sacrificed quite a bit just to be able to end up giving others the option to do so. That's what it is to serve. I understand how many would end up viewing the venture, and they're not wrong in most cases. But ultimately, we are Shepards. Are you familiar enough with the history between the La Sombra and the venture?
Familiar enough to know that there's a lot of prejudice. At least that's what my sire has pushed.
Perhaps there is. If you were to have been raised in a time beforehand, I have no doubt that by now you would be burning this mansion to the ground and gleefully juggling the heads of each man, woman, and even their children in glee. And you would enjoy, and if I'm mocking my line by sending my ashes properly mixed with some degree of foulness just to make a point. But that is not that time. And I am not dealing with a La Sombra. I am dealing with a crescent. You are not dealing with a Ventru. You are dealing with a Sebastian. So let us start with that. The La Sombra have a very difficult embrace, I'm told. Oftentimes, more than just their life is taken. And then they are shoved into this world, and if they are extraordinarily fortunate, they might be let on to at least know what they are. So what is to be done with the childer who are cast aside, such as yourself?
I gotta be honest, I don't know.
I made the decision. For it was mine to decide.
I made a deal with or at least I want to make a deal with this circulatory system so that I can hopefully try to work my way out of this blood bond. Is that a bad idea? Coming from Venture. I mean, coming from Sebastian.
The bond is an unfortunate, necessary evil at times. I do not enjoy it. Sometimes, even amongst my own, one would bind sire to childer. a certain degree of compliance. When you're young, you have a tendency to let yourself go in the worst possible ways. Or maybe you start to act in ways that don't help you because you have not truly buried who you are. You haven't come to grieve for yourself. You haven't come to accept where you are, and so you act rashly with no wisdom, no experience. It comes with what you feel is right. And so then the harm extends. And yet, remember when you first sat in the corner of that couch, what did I tell you? You must master yourself first. Let me ask you, if I were to give you your own leash, I want you to answer truthfully before you have a knee-jerk reaction to say, of course. Truly consider. Are you ready to hold your own leash? Knowing you as you are and what you have become.
No.
That is a difficult thing to admit, isn't it? So, when they ask you for a task, you feel like you are painted into a corner and that this must be done no matter how much you must object. And yet you may not be in a position to truly understand why it must be done. It was on a night much like this one. My sire placed my sister doused in kerosene at the bottom of a well. Just enough so that the burning would happen when she came up for air. When she screamed, the flames would scorch her lungs, but just enough to end up seeing her submerged to put the flames out. The choice of asphyxiation from burning or drowning, splashing and screaming. Because I thought I knew better. Surely somebody could keep their secret. And the worst part is that moment will stay with me. I could have flown off, tried to make everything matter, and say that, oh, no, this will not stand. And then more people get involved. More get hurt. More get thrown down that well till the bodies pile up higher than the water itself. That moment scarred me, my dear. As I imagine that you have bared many scars as well. All I can do is bear my scars well.
You seem to know a lot. I mean, you seem to be spying on us for a long time. Do you, and maybe I'm being far-fetched here, but do you happen to know anything about what happened to Enzo? Because my sire is not being very forthcoming, and I get the feeling that something has happened. I'm worried.
Are you sure you want to know?
I can't live the rest of eternity wondering.
He leans over and grabs hold of the box that you see is filled with files. And he starts to go through them. He pulls one out. They don't seem to be marked, or not in any obvious way. When he opens them, you can see that what seems to be written is almost gibberish. It's not that beautiful cursive of the invitation. It's almost gibberish in that you can't really make out. He just kind of rubs his fingers along it as he looks and starts to figure it out. And I believe this is when we have to do a roll.
Yes, indeed. Go ahead and give me I'll say wits plus streetwise.
Wits plus streetwise?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of the fact that you have a very strong presence within the criminal underbelly of the city, I'll go ahead and allow you to add your 3 dice advantage to that roll. As these individuals would be the ones to be the bottom feeders, the one that keeps the ground, eyes below the water and above the ground.
All right, I am going to, and this is how far I'm willing to end up going for Crescent on this one. I'm going to rouse the blood.
All right.
Okay, that's 7, so we're good.
Success.
I'm going to add 2 more dice to the pool, giving me a total of 8. Well, that is 110, 2, 3 successes, 4 successes, which leaves me with my hunger dice as a fail and 3 dice as a fail, and I'm going to willpower. So altogether, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
8 successes. Your contacts.
That is everything I can do.
Your contacts run very deep, Mr. Myers. You have been paying attention to the La Sombra delegations well before Crescent was even sired. I am sure with your man of your stature and you spearheading much of the investigational points of the Camarilla as a whole, Seattle's not the only place that delegations were possibly sent to. Each city drawing their own bits of drama, but Seattle was interesting. As Eleonora and Enzo were allowed to stay sanctioned with the city before an agreement was even struck. Because of this interest, you and your contacts have been paying a close eye on Enzo, frequently leaving other havens suspiciously, being caught leaving back doors unnoticed, constantly appearing to be gathering information, helping Eleonora lay a foundation to the city. However, up in the recent week or so, he has gone very quiet. His movements were not necessarily patternistic, but were not necessarily impossible to trace with your methods. However, one thing that does disturb you, while you do not know the exact final fate of Enzo at this time, one of your criminal undercontacts had reported seeing something he could not explain within the sewers. A man fitting Enzo's description was rumored to be fleeing through the sewers in terror, running from something. He could hear strange noises, like the sounds of the wind whistling through icicles, and the air was freezing to the point where the water in the sewer began to frost, and you could see one's breath. This man fled into the darkness, and so far, Enzo has not been seen since.
I close the file. I grab hold of a small piece of paper, one of my many notes. Grab a old inkwell and dip it delicately into the ink. And I start to write all the pertinent information, the location, the freezing, the panic. And I also make it a point to, I would think this would be fairly obvious, using his knowledge of the Camarilla. Write down exactly whose domain that is, what they're about, And maybe, just maybe, a way to get into the good enough graces to be able to look into it further.
Knowing within that particular area, the sewers are vastly run by many different Nosferatu, as more commonly typical. However, that particular area, you would know, is run by one by the name of Wawineka, the city's shadow broker, and one of the closer hounds to the Prince Dragos.
Wow. Thankfully, me and Neka end up having good relations in that regard. We're in similar trades, and sometimes they need somebody above board, and sometimes I need somebody below board. So...
And he quite often enjoys your war stories. Strange, odd little one, but very pliable, as long as you respect him.
I'm going to try not to be disrespectful, but at the same time insanely curious, just kind of like seeing if I can see what he's writing down, but at the same time like trying to nonchalantly like look away.
You want to know what? Believe it or not, as you end up doing so, he holds the card between two fingers and offers it to you.
I'm going to quickly take it.
On the card is the pertinent information as I described, as well as these several locations where his contact felt brave enough to try and follow, relating street crossing points with the underground sewer system. There's 3 separate locations where this rumor had been confirmed.
Why is he in the sewer?
I imagine because he had no place to go. Talk to Nick. They will probably offer you more insight in that regard.
They will talk to me?
They will talk to you. Because I will have asked them to talk to you.
Thank you.
I believe now is when I'm supposed to extort a boon from you.
I thought you said there was no boons involved with this.
There aren't. He smiles to you warmly. This is a personal matter. I need a shepherd when I am gone.
You assume you're going to be gone?
I stay in the city for a few years at a time. This is my cottage, for lack of a better term.
If this is a cottage, we should probably reevaluate your definition of a home.
I tried to stay modest.
Modest? Ground. Yeah. Modest.
I was hoping I could at least make you laugh. Show me that there's some warmth in your soul yet.
There is because of them.
Now you know why it is. The Camarilla, its truest purpose. We cannot exist without the kind. I remember when I was spoken of my great-grandsire, and how he was upon those fields. He stood next to Napoleon at that time. And I tried to imagine what it must be like to have stood there amidst such a man, fearful for your life, yet ready, knowing what you were doing was right. Regardless on how you may feel about history, we all feel we do the right thing. And knowing that greatness was soon to happen, and then for it to be shattered, a humbling exercise, but one that allows us to learn from our history. And I remember gazing at those stars, and I wondered, the night before the battle, those same soldiers gazed up at those same stars. And for once, a mortal made me feel as a child. But children grow up. And the hardest part about growing up is knowing your purpose. You can define it, or it can be defined for you. Such is the difference between a fledgling and a neonate and an ancilla and elder. I have met many who are old, but have not truly grown up, and I've met only a handful, very, very few, who are young, but speak with words true as stone.
Thank you. I needed this.
I meant what I said about your brother. I hope you understand that. While a kindred, cynical, and, truth be told, would be honest, would be the equivalent of a gun, a hostage. It doesn't benefit the Camarilla. It doesn't benefit you. Certainly doesn't benefit me to end up having my head removed from his shoulders, as much as I'm told that a certain arrogance I carry may cause you to wish to do so.
I would not wish that.
I'm sure you did not pack a blade specifically to pick your teeth with.
You can't help but your hand, Crescent, instinctively cover the knife that barely, by the tiniest glint of the hilt, peeks out of your boot.
Protection. From being stabbed so many times in the back.
I assure you, Crescent, if I'm going to stab you, it'll be face to face.
I can respect them.
Is there anything else I can assist you with?
You've done a lot more than I expected, certainly.
Well, do remember us Ventru have a reputation to uphold. I will consider that payment enough for the courtesy.
I will not ruin your reputation. And I'll turn on my heel and leave.
To your delight, Mr. Meyer, though you may not necessarily outwardly show it, you watch as a young neonate La Sombra who is spiraling darker into the oblivion smile and almost skip out of your office.
We all have to play the game. But believe it or not, at least in my mind, he thinks to himself, even if we have to pretend to play the part, some nights that may just be enough.
As Crescent, you leave the office. In the meantime, I would like to know what our two young men are up to.
Neonate men.
You're neonate too, Missy.
So what's your beast like?
All commanding. He wishes for obedience, respect, and I imagine, like many other forms of other kindred's beasts, he wishes for my preservation, our preservation. I have nicknamed him the Dictator.
Seems like a very kind beast.
More than recently, I've come to agree with some of the things he said to me.
You two actually have read the same pages?
On occasion.
Surprising you don't seem the type. What do you do when you disagree?
Have you ever had that feeling when you weren't quite sure if you should do something or you should, and the feeling is pulling you back and forth so strongly that you can't do anything at all?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had that ever since I met you guys.
It's like that.
Oh, great. That's great.
Yes, it's something you don't have to agree all the time. You just have to find where the line is for that night.
Fortunately, I'm not sure I can do that with mine. It's on the complete opposite spectrum. Nothing more than a psycho wanting to feed off everything. Funny, I guess I projected when I called our shadow friend a psycho. Seem to really like that word for some reason. Maybe I'll pick up a book, extend my vocabulary.
And it's on that note, both doors open up, and to your amazement or to your guttural fear, you see Crescent actually skip out of the office with a smile on her face and not a drop of blood to be seen.
Oh God, she's dominated.
All right, I knew there was something. It had to be something. All right, let's go.
Blood vomited down.
There's that head tilt that Grayson does. It's very confused. Like, I don't think I remember a time when she did skip. So this is deeply disturbing.
You have the ability to see things that manipulate people, right? See if she's possessed.
What?
See if she's possessed.
Oh, for fuck's sake, guys! Really?
I didn't say anything. I knew you.
I mean, to be fair, I've never, and I mean never, seen you like that. And we met when I was in a hole in the ground.
Yeah, you were. But with all due respect, I hated Sun way more than I hated you.
You both still hate Sun. What are you talking about?
I do, with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. I would kill her at the soonest chance I would get.
She melted my esophagus right out of me. Girl's an absolute prick.
She legitimately tried to kill me by blowing my blood vessels. Not important.
Ah, the Tremere, so colorful.
I stay very characteristically quiet for that very same reason of, okay.
Again, I'm getting better. I'm learning to like kindred, I think.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, shut up. Don't do that.
No.
You know what? I think it's time I have a chat with him if you're not going to. So why don't you two, as I walk past Crescent.
I'm going to tap him on the back.
On that note, as he actually hits you on the back, you're in midway of opening the door, Acer, causing you to actually stumble forward into Mr. Meyer's room before even being allowed to enter, kind of catch you in this very awkward, wide-eyed stance, deer in the headlights moment.
Hi. Sorry about that. I tripped.
Clearly.
Yeah, well, okay. Let's just cut to the matter at heart. You say you can help, right?
He just stares at you.
Oh, God, I'm not good at this. And he's gonna walk over and sit down, and as he does, I already ruined the illusion, so why not? As he does, he's just gonna pull down his mask, take off his hood.
And when you do so, he removes his glasses. Good. Now we can speak as two gentlemen.
Well, look, I never wanted to be a part of this world, and you heard outside that I didn't necessarily care for the kindred that roamed about.
What it is that you have a particular distaste for my kind.
All kinds, really.
Let it out. It's nothing I haven't heard before.
Well, that's the thing. As much as I dislike the constant feeding of others. And as he looks at the box that I presume is still there.
It is.
And the nights that I cannot control myself. Two people in particular have begun to change my view. And now I'm in a position of power that I never wanted, with potential death on my hands that I cannot avoid.
How was that any different than the night of your embrace?
Back then it was simple. No one noticed me the way I liked it. I hid in the shadows. Now every eye is on me, and with that, well, as he pulls out the letter that you sent and takes out the pictures and sets them down, that means others that I care about are on the line.
This is true. And what do you intend to do about it, Mr. Acer?
Well, see, that's my conundrum.
How so?
My original plan was just to leave, to once again disappear into the shadows and just live as if I never existed. But now I actually care what happens, even to people like me. So
it's okay to say the word vampire in here if it helps. Though there's many are to say so, as the Camarilla especially will enjoy to end up putting themselves as we are kindred. Because vampire brings out the idea of moving monsters. I think for you, it feels more honest. Would that be a stretch of the imagination to assume, Mr. Acer?
Not at all. And like the word vampire and kindred, I am now stuck between both worlds. Trying to understand my world as well as yours. And I gotta be honest, I don't know where to begin. I'm not Grayson, I'm not a leader, and I'm not a fighter like Crescent.
At this exact moment, you have more than both.
You said that I was a prophecy for Doomsday.
Gehenna.
Gehenna. What exactly does that mean?
It was known at the time of thin blood that Gehenna would be nigh. What that means is open to interpretation, as many prophecies are. But here's the odd thing. How did they know that you would be the result? The small portent of prophecy, take what you will of it, oftentimes has at least a kernel of truth. Did they ever tell you what happened in Jackson?
No, I don't believe so.
It's not hard to see why. The Camarilla holds it as a failure, and unjustifiably so, but not fully understood from the reports I have garnered, Mr. Acer, that the Anarchs took in the Thin Bloods. And you have to understand, the longer you will exist, the more Thin Bloods you will run into. The limit has been reached. Do you understand what I'm speaking of?
The bloodline thinning out?
Mm-hmm. So that means there will be more and more, to the point where I imagine in less than 500 years, there will be more Thin Bloods than there are kindred, those in half-life. And what does that mean for our species as a whole? These are my own speculations, mind you, but one that you should take very seriously. What would it mean if more than half the kindred population upon the entire world were thin blood?
Well, I suppose an uprising wouldn't be too far off in the future.
And what typically happens then?
I would imagine a war.
And after that?
Extinction.
There's only one side that can survive. If were I to beget a child, I would be perpetuating the thinning of the blood, would it not? So for me to refresh any degree of ranks of kindred only guarantees the furthering of the ranks of thin blood. And I have no doubt that you have once or twice looked upon your own coterie as a potential meal.
The thought did not escape my mind at one point.
Now try and do that on a worldwide scale.
So, how is someone like me who has expertise only on a keyboard supposed to help lead a group to non-extinction?
Now that is the fascinating question, isn't it? The young have a tendency to reject the old. I understand. Times change, and you must change with them. But change for change's sake is not a form of progress. Oftentimes lead to self-destruction. Speak to the Bruja of that such notion. But what you have just described is exactly what happened in Jackson. The Anarchs, using thin bloods as little more than cannon fodder. The survivors were left feasting upon the elders, the ancilla, the childer, fledglings, neonates alike, regardless if you were of Camarilla, if you did not swear fealty to the Anarch cause, you were consumed. So you will be treated as expendable and then expected to gorge yourself. If you survive. That is the fate that awaits you. Now, for you to be Camarilla. There is a different notion now, isn't there? You said you exist in two different worlds, correct?
Correct.
With that in mind, to what gift of the blood have I shown you? What am I capable of? As far as the blood goes. You must know something about that.
Honestly, even with all my research, very little, but I know that your blood did not take those pictures. And I know it did not give you this house per se.
Mere trappings. That's not real power. Confusing money for power is, in fact, a detestable means. It is simply a means to an end. So I would ask you, you being an individual of newly found means and newly found power, who has the advantage of living in two worlds, is this not a demonstration of that very power that you covet? One that you now have access to, but just do not have the knowledge to apply. For instance, how did you get here? I'm told that your chariot was of questionable make.
Yes, just one that I ended up buying for emergency cases. Nothing too fancy.
and yet you could have arrived in a tuxedo with the top hat and tails in a limousine and ended up having a chauffeur bring you about with no doubt a great, beautiful entourage, seconded only by Crescent herself. So why didn't you?
Not exactly the spotlight type.
And yet it has been forced upon you.
On several occasions.
And so, take a weakness and leverage it to advantage. The spotlight is on you, so you can make them see whatever you want them to see. You can make them believe whatever you want them to believe. You can make them see you as entrepreneur, a keymaster, so to speak, of the board variety. Or perhaps you have found yourself capable of being incredibly knowledgeable about things that you should have no idea of. After all, your gifts, I have no doubt, are coming to fruition. Perhaps with your own particular talents, you are able to get resources that few would even consider. Or perhaps best to invest them in things that would allow you access to what you truly need.
That kind of power seems very dangerous for one person to hold.
It is. Perhaps you heard this one. I enjoy occasionally the mortal quibs. You do not know a man when he is at the end of his rope, desperate. When you truly know him is when you end up giving him just an ounce of power, and then let his true self be revealed. If I were to take that idiom to its logical extent, I think you're more afraid to know what kind of man you really are.
Upon hearing this, Acer kind of gets up and walks over to the box and opens it again. You're not wrong. It is something I struggle with quite a bit. And then he reaches out and takes out his butterfly dagger. I hate doing this. There's no joy. It's just necessary. But at the same time, when I have too much power, and he takes out the jogger's ID card, it seems to just get more overwhelming than I care to admit.
I think you should invest your money in a firm specifically for insurance and funeral homes. I think you having an opportunity to grieve with the family. I think you seeing what you have done, knowing what you have done, coming to grips with what you are, and then offering the courtesy of a lord that which is in your power. It's not what you say that offends me, Thin Blood, nor what you are. It's what you do. This is an undignified end. But you have not once said, I have the power to make it right.
He kind of turns and looks at you for a moment before looking back at the body and actually places the ID down on top of it and closing the lid.
I find when I look at my victims, I do so with a meditated thought. Who were they? If it's true that we all die 2 deaths, or have you heard that one? You die when your heart gives out and your brain no longer functions. That one we all know of. You die a second time, and the last time anyone ever thought of you. But you're eternal. You have a roll of the dice, a chance at continuing on. In doing so, are you not giving him that same chance?
Perhaps you're right. Maybe it is time I stop hiding in the shadows. Maybe hiding from myself and start seeing what I can accomplish with what I have.
The first fool is the one who ends up abusing the power that they have been granted. The second fool is those who have power and refuse to do anything with it. If you'll pardon me speaking out of turn, I was not blowing smoke up your ass just to end up saying we are shepherds. I mean that in its fullest sense. And you have the opportunity to walk among them, to know what effects we make upon them in a way that we could never understand, for we walk the night. And yet, what do I see but a sniveling child? And what the city needs is for you to be a man and do away with childish things.
There are a lot of people that try to cozy up to me to get what they want. You are the first I'm not sure how to feel about. But thank you.
If it helps your conscience, simply call me what I am, an adversary.
May I take this with me? As he kind of gestures to the box.
I brought it here specifically for you. It is my gift unto you. And perhaps the first step in you being a true neonate.
Thank you. I think it's time I start doing things properly. And he kind of puts the butterfly dagger away, and this is going to get embarrassing. He's going to try and lift the box and bring it to the car.
I'm not even going to allow you to roll. Your mindset is actually, you try to lift and this box isn't moving. And almost on cue, without even the master of the house having to say really anything, the door opens and 4 of his armed personnel come in. As if this had been expected all along. The 4 merely walk past you, grab on each side of the container, and lift it.
I go to the forefront. After all, pallbearers come in 6, not 4. And I look to dear Acer to take his place among them.
He's just going to take his place as one of them and help carry it to the car.
As they walk out, and of course a few servants open the double doors for us, and we start to end up making our move. A small glance to Grayson. I'm sure you know the look, the one I will be with you shortly.
I give a small nod, and I will actually make my way towards his room.
It's been a long time, Acer. You've never experienced, or at least allowed yourself to experience sorrow, grief, pain. You punish yourself for the things that you do. This is the first time that despite what you have caused, your instinct is not to hurt yourself, not to punish yourself, but to grieve. To grieve the world that is changing around you, that you have little control in, but also do. Mr. Myers, as you assist Acer in bringing this crate into the back of this van, you look over to him. You can see on only one side of his face, bloody tears begin to fall down as one hand grips the side of the crate, his hand shaking, his face tense in forethought, but unable to hide the emotion within.
I say nothing. I just reach into my breast pocket and produce what is a handkerchief. And I just lay it down upon the wood in front of him. And as though we were all in lockstep together, I and my servants turn and walk away as though a funeral procession, as though this has been a practice maneuver, perhaps belying how many times Mr. Myers has undergone this exact moment, and perhaps just the tiniest bit of empathy for a thin blood.
Are there any fleeting things, Acer, as you are left alone, an embroidered handkerchief upon the crate of your latest victim?
He'll take the handkerchief and wipe himself down, and then he will once again put his hood back up along with his mask and go and rejoin Crescent.
It's not long, Crescent. As you watch out the front door, you attempt to help, but are easily sidestepped. The servants of the house quickly taking much more forethought than you were capable of in this moment to lead the way, to a point where you just find that the best way to help is just to stay out of the way. But as you stand off the side, a little awkward, it's not long before Acer does come back, where you can see his hood and mask are back up. There is the slightest bit of printing smudge on one side of his face.
I think I have a lot of planning to do.
Planning in what way? Anything I can help with?
Actually, yeah. I'm going to need you and Grayson most of all for this.
Okay. What you need?
Boons. And land. And I think I know just how to get them.
Not sure how to help with that, but I'll do my best.
Oh, trust me. You and Grayson are going to be the key to it.
So long as we both apologize to Medico, I'm good.
That is our first stop. Grayson,
Yeah.
I gotta ask you something.
What?
When I talk to Grayson, and when comparing to my own beast, they almost seem like separate entities inside our head. What about yours?
I don't know if I have one. I mean, maybe?
Are you saying yours is, silent?
I mean, not necessarily. When I get hungry, it's just like It's like a separate part of me intensifies. It's not like a separate part of me, but it's just like I don't really know how to explain it, actually.
As you think about this, Crescent, an image does fade into you, and it's painful, but numbed. You know it should hurt, but you can revisit it almost too easily. The night after you consumed Arya. That orchid. Blue and violet and ever lighting. In full bloom, casting a light down onto an endless, spiraling black abyss, connected to each other, that just seemed to go on forever. This is the vision. Whenever you hunger, whenever your oblivion takes its toll onto your immortal soul, this thing seems to almost consume you from within. At least threaten to, whenever you hunger. It is you, but not quite. But this is the vision that you always can see in your mind when this thing happens.
Again, it's not a separate part of me, but it's a different side of myself that's already there, and it kind of just expands like a flower just blooming. If that makes any sense.
Let's see. A different part of you, huh?
It's still me. It's just a little bit different.
I gotta admit, I'm kind of worried about that.
Why?
Because if it is just a different part of you, kind of wondering if the beast inside of me is nothing more than a different part of me. I always thought it as a separate entity.
Well, I mean, the beast in itself is just for hunger, right? I mean, I guess there's different interpretations of it.
Thank you. That helped a lot.
I don't know how, but I'm not going to argue with it. You're welcome.
At this time, because it is a long night, Mr. Holland, you find yourself in an interesting moment. Alone in Mr. Meyer's library. As he's assisting Acer, helping him bear his cross, so to speak. What are you up to?
I go back to scanning over the books in his library.
Are you looking for anything specific?
Oops, does he have any books more biblical nature?
I'll make him roll, and we'll see if Mr. Myers does indeed have anything.
Call the pool.
Let's see here. This would be intelligence plus occult.
Okay, my library is not geared specifically to that for a bonus, so we're just going to roll it. 1 success, 2 successes.
I'll say a few light types of arcling. If you have something specific in mind, you may sow flavor some, but nothing too expansive. A book here and there, something old, valuable in its original copy, but not a whole section derived to the study.
I think seeing at least one of those, he'll pull one of them out, and it could be it more than likely could be something as simplistic as a interpretation of, say, another shepherd.
Mr. Myers, in your human life, what was your prominent faith before embrace.
Well, the fact of the matter is I would have ended up following most Roman Catholic lines, which would be very appropriate given my particular educational aptitude.
Of course. So I'll say for this. The subject is not wide. A book here and there. 3 at most you can count, but the book that you do pull is very old. Extremely old. There's not even a title upon the front. It is anciently leathered bound. Slowly on the book you open it, and it is a very old Catholic Bible. Very well taken care of. Very well restored even in some places. The pages long yellowed, but the ink very clear.
I closed the door softly behind as to not interrupt his reading. I simply end up standing and giving him a moment as though this were his house instead of my own, and allowing him to flip through the pages. You would end up noticing, though, that there is, in fact, an ink mark in the center cover, very old and faded, with a single name. LaCroix. And maybe you'll remember when he introduced himself.
As he passes his fingers over the name, not directly on it, just underneath LaCroix. He looks up from the book and turns around to scan the room.
And you see Mr. Myers just quietly and patiently standing by the door.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Myers. I was admiring your collection.
And of all the studies and all the books, you go to one of my favorite gifts.
It was a gift?
It was given to me by my sire to celebrate my first 5 years' embrace.
It's a wonderful gift.
She had remarkable taste, not something I can oftentimes say about some of my cousins.
So I very gently close the book and return it to its space on the bookshelf.
So speak your mind, Grayson, if we are on a first-name basis for now.
So he takes off his glasses and once again puts them back into the case.
And you find that he does so literally mirroring your exact actions, to the point where the only thing missing is the case, though he does so in the air and then places them into his pocket at the breast.
Mr. Myers, I have a question for you. As nothing else, I at least feel somewhat comfortable to ask it in your abode. It was when you were embraced. How long did it take you to really understand what you were?
I don't think I could put a pin on it, even if I wanted to. I think it's more akin to how we lose the beast. Our garnering of understanding doesn't come in one great epiphany, but in small moments. I was granted a education that was very much there to end up assisting me in that, but much like if you were to speak the words of the passages that are written inside that book, without faith and belief, they're just words. Without reflection, they're no longer lessons, they are simply a story.
I only ask because I've come to an interesting... What am I talking about? It's been nothing short of a challenge to understand that I don't believe I can live as human as I want to, or as I once did. And it may be that I have denied what I am for long enough.
And yet, I would end up saying that you are probably the closest to understanding the whole, at least as far as one of your age. I oftentimes, at point, reflect upon the beast. When I end up reflecting upon it, I consider its actions, its wants, its needs. Many say that it is akin to a voice. For myself, it is less of a voice like an external presence and more akin to a compulsion, like the need to strike someone down when they've insulted me, or the need to rip out somebody's throats when my own is just the faintest bit dry. But it is an animal, and it doesn't understand the value of what you just had in your hands, nor does it understand the value of the glove you wear, or the fine overcoat that you currently wear, or the need to shave or to present itself. It will strip all that away, because at its truest sense, it is an animal. And thus, with your curse, you have become an animal.
But can the answer be so simple as, what kind of animal do I want to be?
No matter how much you wish it, I don't believe you could consume just lettuce and broccoli and claim yourself an herbivore. Acceptance is the first point, but to make yourself defined by it, so now there's a iffy question. For instance, you had an opportunity just now to scan all of my books while I was away, and I presented you with a surprising opportunity. And yet, when I walked in on you, you guided to a fascinating bit of literature and history. One would have presumed, as he walks to his desk and puts his hand on this large box filled with files, you would have delved into where you thought the most need would arise. You did not. Why? Aren't you curious to know what I know? Have I not tantalized you with my wares?
As you say this, Grayson begins to look, his eyes almost kind of darting around different books on the shelves. But there's always that moment where he looks back to that box. Of course, I have felt, I would say more than ever, a lack of information. I've been dying to fill that need.
And yet when it was presented, look what you reached out for.
As I look over to the book on the shelf, as I reach and pull it out and I turn it back to that same page with the writing on it, LaCroix. I think it's because it's something, when you said shepherd, it reminded me of my center. When I was turned, it seemed like it was one and the same, no different. I took it as penance for what I was, what I took from them.
Like a shepherd, He will tend his flock. In his arms he will gather the lambs and carry them into his bosom. He will gently lead the nursing ewes. I believe you'll end up finding that in the New Testament. I try to study at the very least. One could just as rightly end up claiming one history or another, and the older you get, I'm told, the more muddled it becomes, and the more you claim to end up saying, I understand it truly for what it is, not what they tried to present it, more likely you are wrong and now have muddled it further, and then the next person will end up reinterpreting, and then the next, and further and further we drift away from the truth. And yet, somewhere in it, perhaps the tiniest portion, like some sad game of telephone played over eons, there may be some kernel of truth there to muster. I'm told Tremere have a thirst for knowledge and its perfect order.
This is true. Very true.
You are the thing that should not be trusted amongst all of the kindred in this building, and yet they look to you and say, leader. They said it, not I. And I look at this individual who is questioning, and I ask this. Lambs being led by a lamb.
No, I am no lamb.
Truly? Do they speak with you as a consort, as somebody to perhaps confide in? Do they come to you and hope that you'll end up at least making some sense out of all the madness that they have to end up swimming through in the darkness of night? Are you their guiding star? What would someone like you understand of wearing a crown?
We wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. But you are here still playing the role, pretending, a pretender prince in his own mind, because he views himself as more intelligent, no doubt. Because you're very well read, I have no doubt on that. Your education and accomplishments speak volumes on that. But a leader amongst kindred, bloodthirsty predators that stalk the night, and each one looking to its own best interest in you, a warlock. You have no bite. Sure, you may have killed, but I imagine it must have been under compulsion in some manner. It was never by choice, by truly understanding. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Now, when you look at me, what do you see? Is that a lamb?
As much as he's trying to keep himself composed, there is gritted teeth as he looks up. As he looks up to Mr. Myers and meets eyes. I don't see just a beast. I see a predator. Smart. Calculating. Strong.
And yet you can assess none of my capabilities. Except what I have chosen to show you. You could have led them all here to die at my whim. A simple individual saying, go upstairs, he'll be there with a moment. And do you think I would have thought of a moment to end up having a crate with a body to leave you shocked, and suddenly a detonation happens? Oh my, a gas explosion. I already used that trick. Worked before, it'll work now. You'd all be dead. Because they followed you. What do we do when we got the message? Who is this S? I'm sure you were all a panic, wondering who it was. What were you doing? Truth. Didn't know. So you just followed, like every other lamb. And they called you leader. They look to you. But what control do you have? What kind of guidance can you offer them? When they look to you, they learn your mistakes. Because you are a lamb. Perhaps you have a beast in you, but it is so easily cowed. You're too weak. You know that to be true. You're scared to admit it. Look at me, Tremere. You'll huff and you'll puff, but this house will not bow down.
I didn't ask to be their leader.
And yet they follow.
Grayson, I need you to roll composure and resolve, please.
Anything?
And Mr. Myers, I also need you to roll your own charisma and resolve.
It'd be a short conversation.
Well, if I'm right, this is going to be very enlightening. Only 2 out of 5.
5 successes.
5 successes. You instigate this rise. You may have called your shot. But as you challenge Mr. Holland to stare back at you, in the back of your mind, you're a little surprised as the force of the gaze he stares back at you is unwavering, calculating, not eager to speak, but watching. You do take 3 points of superficial willpower damage.
I will gladly take that. And I will smile. Does Unswayable Mind have any effect on that?
Actually, yes. It does resist intimidation. You may add that to your roll as well. We'll see if that circumvents anything.
Nope. No successes.
Your
dice continue.
You're not scared. Not in the slightest. You know at the root of it you truly have the power here. 3 kindred in your estate. Not something to note as a threat. But what does strike you is that beneath this lamb, beneath someone that you so accurately pinned to the wall, has surprised you in a first time in a long time that maybe perhaps it's less of a lamb and more of a pup.
It's a start. The others I would speak softly to. They are still coming to grips with truth of what they are. You have a different problem, my friend. You're Tremere, which means you are to be cunning, to know the board, the position. You must never let that slide. You could have done more to prepare them in case this situation happened. You know full well that any weakness will be preyed upon. Any signs of weakness will be preyed upon. And it is not if, but when. Use that mind of yours to end up being sure that you know every contingency that is coming, because it is not an if, but a when. We exist forever. We exist in inevitabilities. A shepherd does not carry a staff if a lamb goes astray. A shepherd does not carry a staff if a wolf shows up, but prepares themselves for when. Because they look to you, you hold that responsibility. And you're saying, no, not me. When the decision was never yours to begin with, no more than your thin blood friend having to choose to be embraced. Am I wrong?
You are not.
You will be goaded. You will be preyed upon. You are the head of the serpent. Recognize that, because if you don't, you will be blind to it, and what will follow will crush you. I assure you of that. Who will the thin blood turn to? The one who has potentially have them at risk? And who will end up being the calming voice when your Lasombra finally ends up taking time to massacre perhaps a bus station full of people? Who will be the one who ends up looking at it and saying, don't worry, I have a plan? Who do they look to? Who do they turn to when the prince, perhaps, says no more? And when the anarchs come knocking, are you just waiting for them to move?
No.
I've had enough of Tremere lambs. What I need is a Tremere wolf. Pretends to be. I do not fear wolves led by a lamb. I fear lambs who are led by wolves. And you are on the cusp of understanding that delicate balance of truth. That we are our beast. But we can choose to be more. And what we choose, that is far more important than what we are. Acknowledge your truth. The truth. As it is, plain and simple. Do not delude yourself into more than it is, nor less than it is, and be prepared for its eventuality. Tremere were known once for their stability. I would have seen to be known again.
Mr. Myers, if you will excuse me, I have my flock to attend to.
He smiles at you. The lessons have just begun.
As I bring my hand to my chest once again and I bow, I look forward to them very eagerly.
You slowly excuse yourself. As you leave the room, Mr. Holland, what goes through your mind? As Mr. Myers had you on the run, a wolf in his den, an alpha of the pack, and you a small little pup. And when he snarled his teeth at you and you turned his gaze despite the fear, you know in the back of your mind that you may not have teeth yet of the same caliber, but your stare alone gave him pause. What goes through your mind as his words continue to echo through your mind?
It starts with his iteration of the animals that he gave me. As Grayson begins to think He envisions the lamb, but then it slowly begins to change into the pup. He imagines the snake, then it goes to the head, but then the fangs are accentuated and venom begins to drip downward from them. This is all in his mind as he just begins to play these images over and over in his head. And just before he leaves the room, I must be the shepherd. I must be the shepherd. See, straightens himself out, makes sure the tie, everything.
I would like to ask this coterie, are there any last requests of our hosts as the night begins to grow weak?
I'd like to look to one of the servants, if I may.
There are plenty to choose from.
Would you do me a small favor?
The man that had brought Mr. Myers his requested information earlier just slowly looks at you.
I'm a little thirsty.
You see him put 2 ears up to a translucent earpiece as if waiting for a response from his employer.
I have no doubt that the full vintage would be on offer.
After a moment, you just see the attendant nod before he pulls out his wrist, unbuttons the side of his cuff, which also share the same clan insignia, rolls once, twice, thrice, for gently offering with a small flourish his wrist over to you, unwavered.
As, not forcefully, but just as quickly as he rolls up his sleeve crease and takes his arm and bites into it.
The flesh is supple, fangs pierce like a knife through tissue paper, and blood, healthy, rich blood, floods into your mouth as you feed. With your herd, Mr. Myers, is there a particular residence this individual is carrying?
With this particular herd, you will end up finding that this one has a bit of a caloric taste to it, maybe to your surprise.
Energized rush from this very composed man floods into you. You can taste the adrenaline. You can taste the passion of loyalty this man exudes in this home. And it dawns on you the passion he feels as you drink from him this life tap. There is no manipulation here. This member of Mr. Myers' herd is here because he chooses to be so. And he feeds you without regret. How much do you take?
Just the one to bring me back down to one hunger.
To satisfy the itch, you bite gently, and that caloric blood reaches to your fingertips.
As I take out his wrist and I begin to unfold his cuff once again, as I pat him and it goes on, thank you so much.
He nods his head to you in a slight sideways, appropriate of politeness, before he carefully pulls a small bit of cloth from his breast pocket, wraps it around the open puncture marks, putting a hand up, showing it's no bother. This is not the first time he's had to make amends. Covers the wound and rolls his sleeve back down, securing it tight as if it never happened, before he stands at himself again, keeping his eyes on the hall, both Crescent and Acer, seeing this display take place.
So, seems like we all got what we needed. What's next?
I think, as he put it so eloquently, I think we need to work on our flock.
I'm really happy you say that, as he puts one arm around Grayson and one arm around Crescent. I got a bit of expanding to do, and I have a plan. You two, I'm going to need you to come with me.
I'll go ahead and follow along with Acer.
Let's go to bed.
The three of you leave Mr. Myers' estate.
Yeah, I think we're good. Just before we leave, I would just like to thank Mr. Myers one more time. And I don't know the protocol for returning the thing you gave me to wipe my face.
Handkerchief.
Thank you. I totally knew that. I was just blanking out.
Take it as a memento mori.
In that case, with that, he just says, thank you for everything.
And to you, young thin blood. And to you.
And he will put the handkerchief away. He'll get in the car. Actually, he's going to drive this time. He's going to get in the car and he's going to turn it on and wait for the others to get in.
Mm-hmm.
Any last minutes from the rest of you?
I'll get in the back seat where I'm meant to be, but not before waving back and then getting in the car.
I'll do the same. Lasting, I will take one last look back at Mr. Myers and give my signature, tap my glasses, and let's goodbye. For now.
And as the coterie all climb into a strange van, exit out the gate, Chuck quickly wiping away some of the powdered donut after he had been sneaking away.
Okay. Bye, guys. Bye.
See, yeah, have a good, yep.
Hold up. Chuck, was it?
Chunk.
Chunk. Thank
Like
you.
a chunker.
I'm gonna
big
pass
guy in football.
A little bit of money. Your next 2 boxes, they're on me. Have a good one, my man.
And how many dollar bills do you slide him, Acer?
I'll get you one.
I'll give him a couple hundred.
He just kind of looks at this like he's just aghast. Just all of these little moments of, oh my god, yeah, and I'm gonna have to get good donuts for the guys.
I love this character. Yep.
I wonder if Mr. Myers won any. He says, just as you're driving by, like just the final thought that leaves his head before he goes out.
All right, I don't say this often, but anybody hurts that man, I am going to kill them personally.
Me and your bones.
Okay, cool.
It's quite charming, I have to admit.
And we pull away, slowly, away from the coterie's van as they leave. Mr. Myers, you casually able to watch them holding your cold chalice in hand, the liquid swirling absent-mindedly, as you can watch your newfound friends, or apprentices, so to speak, leave off into the night, before one of your own attendants step in, the one that Mr. Holland had fed upon. Is there anything you wish that needs to be done now that certain events have taken rise, sir?
I trust the charity was a success.
It went off without a hitch.
Excellent. See to yourself and try and rest up. Tomorrow is going to be a long night. Excuse me a moment. He starts to walk to his office. He pays his attendant no mind at this exact moment as he reaches for what is an ivory-handled old-school rotary phone. And he starts to dial it in. Places it to his ear. It's Myers. Yes. That's right. 7 days. With that, the scene fades away.
On the other end of a line, over an emerald palace that overlooks Seattle, a a phone. Damn it. And that's where we fade out. Into the night. Things tend to move slowly for one that lives forever. But sometimes, a spark of passion, an inspiration, sometimes they can jumpstart things a little faster. But for now, our coterie emboldened, I'm going to do something a little unorthodox. Thanks to Mr. Meyer's influence into our world, the three of you have now received a custom lore sheet. 1 dot, as an apprentice of the elusive Shadow Man, Mr. Myers. Once per chronicle, if any one of you need information, you may call him 1 time, and he may attempt to assist you. The various degrees of assistant is, of course, controlled to him and his current mood at the time, or the time he is available. But it may prove useful in the future. But for now, I would like to send a very heartwarming thank you to Mr. MacabreDerek for this wonderful, wonderful guest starring on our wonderful show tonight.
Hey guys, I'm a lore sheep now.
Yeah! We're gonna take Victor Temple and we're gonna put yours right in front of it.
Perfect.
Well, Victor Temple is the Anarch, and I am the Ventru in the Camarilla, but, well, every Ventru needs a good power tie. Let's be honest.
Absolutely wonderful. So,
Love it.
Because I have been so entertained as a storyteller, and it's not very often I get to sit back and just enjoy the show and just let the real juice of the night seep in. Mr. Derek, would you do us a great honor and closing us out for the night?
Seattle ends up having its long nights, some longer than others. Tonight, we've seen a coterie, sometimes facing its demons, sometimes facing its fears, sometimes digging to find some sense of purpose in what seems to be a wild storm of coincidence. And once the sun rises, the only promise is that night will fall again, and our story will continue. Thank you, everybody.